Yay, queued up quick. Like it. I still enjoy playing this game, to be honest.
Uh-huh.
Um, but I just wish they were to listen to the community way sooner than it is now, because now they're asking so much for advice like this.
Uh-huh.
Like the
Yeah.
first thing when I loaded Apex was, please give us your feedback. Scan this QR code so we can help you improve the game. Like, why didn't you do that at season 7, 8, 9, like when it started to fall? Now you're season, I don't know, 19, whatever it is, and it's gone.
I think they've actually done that for a while now. I don't know when they started doing it, but it's been a minute actually,
But
surprisingly.
then, I mean, they haven't really listened, I'm assuming. Maybe they have listened in some areas, but I guarantee they probably haven't listened to everything. And they
Well,
put their
who are
own
they gonna listen to though? You know what I mean? Because like, think about it. There's so
community.
many responses recorded, and then on top of that, like what would they go by, popular opinion? Because if they went by popular opinion for this game, it would be terrible as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because you
it's
got the casuals being like, "Oh, we need somebody that can shoot rockets or whatever." You know what I mean?
yeah.
And then if you listen to pros, then the game is gonna be
All is dead.
stale, and then yeah. There's a whole team behind us as well. Let's push these kids if we can.
Oh my gosh, this guy's won. So there's another team here. Path coming. Inside.
No, dang it, bro. If I could have got that swap faster, it like, I don't even know what happened. It like messed up though. So what do you think this game needs to do to make it better?
I don't know, bro, to be honest. Like, I think it's already cooked, bro. I don't think they can fix it.
Maybe.
I mean, because I say that is due to the fact that the player base population now is just so small that even if they made tweaks and all that, everyone's already left the game. Like, they're not going to come back. Even if you do like a dramatic.
Well, they can get people to come back, they just can't get people to stay. That's the issue. Because if you look at the player base retention for like the entire thing, it's actually so funny. So it like flies up and then goes down and then flies up. Every season release, it flies up and then it just slowly goes down by like the third week. It's actually so troll. It's like people, it's like everyone gets tired of the new patch within like a couple weeks of playing the game because the core of the game like we've been doing the same thing since the game came out, you know what I mean? It's just kind of like a few different things. It's just an old game, you know, so.
Yeah, how old is this game?
Like 6.5 years.
Wow. So 2018, I'm assuming it came out around that.
Yep, on like a 26-year-old engine, I think.
That's wild. I mean, for a 26-year-old engine, it runs really. Okay, it runs decent for a 26-year-old engine. I would say it runs good for a 26.
Well, CS2's on the same engine, you know what I mean? So's Deadlock, actually. Deadlock's on the same engine.
I wonder. Well, isn't there a Unreal 2.0 or whatever it is coming out now?
Source 2?
No, like
Unreal 5.5?
like a Unreal 2.0 or something.
The only one that was a 2.0 was Source 2.
Hold these guys, hold. Nice.
Yeah, so that would be Source 2. So Source, this game is on Source 2.
Oh, it is on Source 2. Never mind. But then, why is it so bad?
Source 2 is just like a updated version of Source. It's not like actually like a new engine. So it's just like a, you know, like a update. So it's kind of like, you know, Unreal Engine 4 to 5, like, well, I guess technically that's like a new one because it's like, you know, 4 to 5, 3 to 4, etc. But it's on like 5.5 right now. Unreal Engine. They could put this game on Unreal Engine. It would make it so much better, dude. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what they're gonna do. If I had to guess, I would say that they're gonna put this game on Unreal Engine. Yeah, it would definitely be better. That guy's hit 100 octane. What's up, Zex? No way they make it? Really? To season 30? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they will. We'll see, though. But yeah, I think they might put it on Unreal Engine because they partnered with Epic, and Epic Games is helping them with this game, like fix issues, so I would imagine that they might just be porting it over to Unreal Engine. Like Fortnite's engine, basically. Thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Yeah, the Akimbos get so boring, bro. It's so broken, it's insane. Like, it's actually just... Like, this is like the only meta that I, like, actually agree with complaining about because it's actually just ridiculous. You know? Yeah, but AR meta or SMG meta, it's like shotgun, it's like fine, whatever. You know what I mean? But Akimbo, it's just... You said what? What am I listening to, bro?
Well, we're in Kings Canyon now, bro.
Did you hear that in game?
No.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck I just heard, bro.
What did it sound like?
It was like someone talking through a phone into the mic or something. I don't even know.
stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now. I'm just stroking my shit. I'm horny as fuck, man.
You hear that, bro? That's what I'm talking about. Like, what the heck
I don't
is
hear
that?
any of that. It's on you. It has to be on your side.
No, that's on that kid's mic 100%.
I don't
He's
hear it
using
at
a
all.
soundboard.
He's not even muted on my side, so how do I not hear him?
Your audio stuff might be messed up.
You are right.
Yeah, like, honestly, the one that is, the one that they did, the heirloom, is like, whatever, you know what I mean? It's alright, but... I don't really care about spending money on games anymore anyways, honestly, because it's just like another way for people to profit off of you, you know what I mean? But, but I agree 100%. They should have done Maggie or something like... Bro, that guy was just running in a circle.
Attention, Evo harvesters are online.
It's people fighting in here. One jumped off to your west.
Oh my gosh. Oh, behind me too. Behind you, Shock.
What the heck, bro? Alright, I'm backing out of there.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to do anything to make this game much better, to be honest.
What, Zax? That's crazy, bro. I can't believe they didn't do that. Wait, what did you say?
I said I don't think they're gonna be able to do anything to this game to make it better, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we just need new games. It's just nothing has, like, gotten through, like, beating out, like, a couple months worth of, like, gameplay of, like, being a top game. Like, for example, like, Super People was, like a top played game, and then it just like died super fast. The finals did the same thing. The finals had 8 million players, bro, and they freaking died.
How though? What happened is that's the
It
issue.
just got
Why
so
don't
stale. Like,
it can't be because people got stale, dude. People, there's
no, it really
this
is. Yeah.
is like look at World of Warcraft. That game is not stale, but not World of Warcraft. League of Legends. That game is stale, bro. You do the same thing
Yeah, but they
over and
release
over.
more characters, map skins. You know what I mean? Like, it.
I mean, the same with this game. Look how many characters we have now.
Bro, you
You
know how
should only
many
have just
characters League has? Like 100 plus or something insane, bro. Like this game has like less than the default characters in that game.
I see.
But like it's like I don't know, I just think the core of this game is good, but it's not like it's harder for shooters, I feel like. I don't know.
I can see that. I think it's just because the battle royale game is much harder.
Well,
To
this
do things.
the thing is, it's like, but this game gives you so much. Like that's the thing. Like, you can craft banners, you can revive, you can craft banners, you can what else can you do? You can there's like so many ways to stay alive, though. You know what I mean?
What, in this game?
Yeah, compared to like a normal BR, like, or even what Apex used to be. Like Apex, like the only respawn you would have is like if somebody picked up your banner. But now you can pick up the banner, you can loba loot the banner, you can craft the banner. Like, even if your entire team dies 20 minutes later into the game, you can just craft your entire team back and then respawn them. Like, there's so many chances to, like, reset, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's crazy. Because, like, remember PUBG, like, once you were finished, bro, you were dead. Like, there was nothing you could do.
Yeah.
So, like, now Apex, like, the reason why Apex has become just, like, boring, you know what I mean? Like, in general, is just because, like, there's not really any incentive to not just full sending everything. You know what I mean? So it's just gonna play like a TDM and a BR anyways. But if this was like, imagine if you got knocked right now, you would just be knocked, and like if you got finished, you were dead for the entire game. Like you would be like playing different, you know what I mean? But Apex has been like so just like brainless gameplay, you know what I mean? Because like there's so many ways to get back into the game once you die. There's people up here again.
Yeah. I can see what you're saying.
But yeah, like you remember like PUBG back in the day, like you would actually like it was just more like stress on you, and it was like more like adrenaline, etc. like moments, because there was, you know, if you died and you're dead.
Graded on me.
Really, Simon? I feel like the chance is pretty high in this game still too. It's just like with the thing about like this game, I don't know. I guess maybe it's just because coming from PUBG or something is like the reason why. I don't know.
What would you do? Like,
Oh, I agree, Saiyan, I agree.
if you could.
Yep, Zex. It's crazy. The recolors, bro, that's all they do. Wait, say that. What would I do to the game?
Mm-hmm.
I would put it on Unreal Engine, tweak, so like keep the same movement, right? Because they would be able to replicate it. The same movement system, you know, that they have. And, I would say they probably would need to add some, like, different mechanics and maybe, like, rework abilities and, like, kind of tweak the game to go into more of, like, a mechanical skill-based game rather than, like, a teamwork ability usage type game. Because, like,
Okay.
because, bro, like, I don't know, just abilities get boring, you know, we don't need 2 abilities and then 40 passives on every character because they can't manage to balance them, you know what I mean? Like everything is so overtuned now. Like Crypto, bro, Crypto has received like 40 passive like updates throughout the entire Apex.
That is wild.
Yeah, so like they should give everyone 1 ability, no ults, no damaging abilities, unless it's like yeah, no damaging abilities actually. And everyone gets 1 Q and 1 passive, and that's it. And the passive is a very basic thing. And then depending on what class, then maybe you have some like different interactions around the map, you know, like how they have the loot bins and stuff, but then like after that, like I don't know, they would need to definitely make new guns. I don't know, man. I mean, it wouldn't even be Apex at that point, bro. Someone just make a new game already, you know what I mean?
Very true. I'll jump on this guy here. You want to pat on him with me?
Yeah.
Here. Straight on him. Only him.
Particle colliders are R301s. They both split atoms if you ask me.
Two out of it. No pad.
Broken enemy shield.
No, what the heck, bro? That was so weird. That was like still 2 teams on the car, I guess. The queues are fast though, bro.
Yeah, I like it.
We're gonna go use the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
your champion.
You know what I look like. Come find me.
Don't get in.
Time we tear it apart. Oi, go in there. Break that ape shield. Being shot at. Took down an egg. Still in here. Charging my shields, cuzzy. Reloading. Killed an enemy.
Round one. Beginning ring
What?
countdown.
Knew you were faking.
The ring's close, and we've got a whole minute to dawdle.
Getting a bit of high water.
I'm back, bro.
Appointed.
Here, you can take this.
Give me a second. Fixing up.
Easy clap. Let's get poo on these kids.
Niggas come from.
45 seconds left.
Got 'em. Leveled up. Particle colliders are our CO1s. Split atoms are killed a hooligan. Reloading. Reload. And that was the last one.
Well done. They've been removed. I'm out of shotgun ammo. Give me a second. Fixing up.
Shotgun ammo here.
Dibs.
Alrighty, don't that egg here.
Reload. Got 'em.
Yeah, they dropped the care package. Hold on. Watch your back. I won't always be around.
Killed a hooligan.
Consider them deleted.
Here, come here and give me your shield really quick. Oh, never mind. I think I'm dead. Yeah, there's just like 40 people, bro. What the heck?
Yeah. We get some block.
Yeah.
Bro, I've now gotten to a point where I'm not competitive at gaming anymore. I just gonna play 2K at everything max settings. That's what I've come to the point playing, dude.
Repulsors, check. Stabilizers, check. Best buddy, check.
Introducing your champion.
Mind over matter. Unless the matter is mine.
Rise to heaven, this time we tear it apart.
Oh, first blood.
All right, I'm back.
Blood sported be so.
Yes, Simon. What's up? Yelizin? Is that how you say it? I'm not sure. How are you doing though? I have to go grab some water. I'm back though.
Grenade incoming. Rings near, cousins. Got a minute before we close.
We've got a whole 45 seconds of it. Losing an upgrade, pal.
Sisters are now available.
Rings near as and one close to 30. Big ups, team.
Oh, you can add me if you want to. I don't play with viewers though.
Thought I heard somebody else.
Shields recharging.
Go skull time.
Good bug. Ring's moving, and we don't seem to be in it. Move! Catching myself up. I need a shotgun bolt. Make beeline here, cuzzies.
Excuse me. How is it that I didn't get my Maggie ball very early, quick in the game? Like,
Your Maggie ball?
yeah, why is it that I just got it now when other people get it like 30 seconds into the game?
Mm,
Open and fire.
that was a Maggie Q we got hit by, not the
Oh.
ball. Mm-hmm.
Wrecking ball.
Mine.
Reloaded.
Frag grenade.
my gosh, I just get so right. The height advantage is just so much better here. Goodness gracious.
Did you see how great I was? I did all kinds of really amazing moves. Are you listening?
I got 162 to 9 shots.
I do this thing where if I see a jump pad, even though if I
James?
shouldn't hit it, I still hit it anyways and just send it.
Level 4.
What do you think I should have for breakfast? Because I have 0 eggs. I gotta go get eggs today, but I'm limited, bro.
Okay, you don't have eggs? What do you have?
I only have like $50 to spend for the rest of the month, bro.
Quit
$70.
buying the battle
what now?
pass.
Well, that okay. I purchased $20 only. Okay, only $20 of the 200.
Hey, you can get a lot of eggs for $20, bro.
Brews and steak.
Yeah, you can actually.
Oh, bro, I didn't tell you yesterday, man. Listen to this. This is probably not gonna be pleasant. You probably don't want to hear this, but yesterday I had cooked some whiting, which is a type of fish,
Uh-huh.
and I mixed it with some like long grain rice. Me
Mm-hmm.
and my wife, and after I cooked it in butter and all that stuff, bro,
Mm-hmm.
it come out to be absolutely disgusting. So we threw it away.
Wait,
Then
why?
I ate
There's
some of it. The fish just
the
I
fish
think
just
it's
wasn't
better.
good.
Yeah, it might just it's the frozen one too, so like I had to thaw it out, so it just wasn't
Uh-huh.
fresh. And we eat a little bit of it. I'm just like, this isn't it for me. So I throw it away. Hers too. And then I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'll just make some ramen. So I made this mistake of making the spicy hot chicken flavored ramen, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And holy moly, my belly was bubbling. Then later, I was like, this isn't good. And then my wife made me a PB&J. I had like a couple, like maybe a bite
Mm-hmm.
of it. And then like later on in the evening when we were laying in bed before going to sleep, I had like a couple pieces of cheese and I gave to her.
Uh-huh.
And at 1 in the morning, bro, my belly went blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And bro, oh my gosh, was not a good night, bro. I all over the toilet.
Bro, you know when you eat that stuff, you know it's gonna hurt, bro.
Yeah.
So you had, was it samyang by chance?
Samyang?
Samyang
It was
ramen?
No, it was the bakuk. You know what I'm talking about? Bakuk. I don't think it's called bakuk, but it had like the. It's the Korean ramen.
Yeah, you have to show it, cause usually, so like, you know, like, how like all this is a prepackaged ramen, right?
Yeah.
Yep, so those, bro, like, you might as well literally eat nothing. I'm not even kidding, like, compared to, well, there's no
Well,
nutrients.
I'm not gonna eat that type of ramen. Like, I like
Uh-huh.
ramen a lot. Like, I don't eat it a lot, but I enjoy it a lot when I go. But I like cooked ramen right in front of me at a restaurant. Like,
Uh-huh.
that's like my favorite type of ramen. I don't like.
Not
I
the
don't really eat the
prepackaged. You just ate
No,
it
no,
then,
I
though.
Yeah, I just ate it then because I just wanted to eat something.
Uh-huh.
So I just ate
Yeah.
it like that. But the normal ramen that I go and eat is only like authenticated, and I go to the big Japanese restaurant and get ramen cooked for me.
Mm-hmm. It's really crazy though, because you know they sell those like ramen packs for 99 cents, right? And it's crazy because like I mean, I used to eat those things a
Running, bro. We
ton,
catch up to
bro.
him.
Uh-huh. I used to buy those ramen packs all the time and eat them, right? So I'm like, oh, they're cheap, right? But the thing is like, I would have to eat so many packs of ramen in a day to where I could have just bought a pound of ground beef and ate that instead. Because think about it. Would you rather eat 3 packs of ramen or a pound of ground beef? You know what I mean?
Yeah. We queue up on these guys up top.
Yeah, I'm down. I think one's actually on this door right here. I don't know where he went. He was here, I thought. I'm just gonna go up right here.
How much spam nade? Go ahead.
Hold on. Alright.
The movement on that octane is amazing.
I'm coming back.
He's up top. He's rezzing.
Enemy down.
Guy
Easy
just
clap.
absolutely destroyed these guys. Bro, why would you do that?
It's for cover, bro.
Cover.
Yeah, cover you from the fuse that's over here.
Healing up. Eyes are open now.
Helmet here. Level 2.
Healing. Out of my. Everything is come.
Oh, there's actually kids in here.
I have a Maggie ball too, so maybe.
Oh no, my game all tabbed.
Oh, my-
Dude, my game tabbed out. That is so
Upstairs or
dumb.
what?
Yeah, he's like one shot. They're really bad too. You can definitely kill them.
They're not a one shot, bro. They're all just.
Yeah, the lifeline was one shot. The kid at
Oh,
the
I
top of the
jumped over
stairs.
The lifeline and just lifeline was just sitting over. I literally jumped over the lifeline
Oh, okay.
and was shooting both of the others. So funny.
Yeah, bro, my game tabbed out. Like, I literally shot this kid. Got tabbed out of my game, tabbed back in, shot him again, and then I missed my other shot. Like, I had so much time to kill him, too. Wait, I know what they could do to make this game better, bro. Delete it.
I was gonna say the same thing. Yeah, so I don't really have anything to eat. Actually, let me see.
You need to find chuck roll, a whole chuck roll, and just get that and then eat that, bro. It'll be like $3 a pound. And then you can live off of like $3 a day. Easy. Maybe a little more.
Yeah, it's called the Buldak ramen. Buldak.
Oh yeah, I've had bulldog before. So that's what brand is it though? Because like that just means like spicy
Opla or
chicken
whatever
basically.
it is. Opla or something.
Opala?
Opla. Yeah. Maybe I don't know. Something with O in it and PLD.
I'm not sure. I can't find it. But yeah, like those have like they like crazy stuff in them usually, especially
I can tell. Do you not look at the bottom?
that's why you yeah, that's why like
Yeah.
it affected you like that, bro. It's
Like
crazy.
another reason it affects, I can no. So what really hurt me, and the reason I had to go to the restaurant because I can eat the ramen just by itself and I'm fine, but because I had the fish and the rice and the ramen and the peanut butter and the cheese all together like that, that's what hurt my stomach. Way too many different things, and I've had this happen to me multiple times, not multiple times, but in my life couple times where it's like you eat junk food because it all is
Mm-hmm.
junk and but you don't only just eat one type of junk food, but I consumed a lot of junk food altogether, and my stomach doesn't like that, and that's why
Uh-huh.
I go to the bathroom like that. But I could just have that ramen right now and eat it, and I'll be fine. I wouldn't go to the restroom. But if I have that and I go eat a PB&J, and then I go and eat like an apple, and then go eat like some crackers, like yeah, I'll have a tummy ache.
Wait, so you consider the apple junk food too?
No, I'm just saying, just
Oh.
any type of food, like apple. I'm
Oh.
not. I just said apple just to say some type of food.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Um But okay, so like the cheese, for example, well, I guess so peanut butter is really hard to digest as well. Bro, this game,
missed
I'm
all
backing
of
out
my
of there.
PJs. Every single one, and this guy's 1 foot in front of me, literally. I just
That's
don't get
funny.
it. Give me some aim lock or something, game.
So the thing is though is like okay, so you had ramen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So ramen has obviously like fake things to make it more spicy than it like normally would be, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
then you know, grains, very, very low quality grains, and then you know, seed oils, blah blah blah, MSG, tons of salt. Salt usually isn't bad, but when it's like added salt from somebody else, you don't want it. Does that make sense?
No,
Because
I don't.
usually they'll
Yeah.
put some like weirds, like it's like technically salt, but it's like just sodium, which is like you don't want just sodium. You know what I mean? Like you want every part of salt, which is, you know, sodium, potassium, and then usually like a bunch of other minerals, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't.
Uh,
I know, like, you know, when you put the ramen inside, and then it comes with those other packs of like
mm-hmm,
seasoning. A lot of those packs have that stuff in it, but I don't. Um, if I were to like just, I don't add salt to anything unless like
mm-hmm,
I like cook it like on a steak or like chicken or something like that, right? But I don't use the type of salt like table salt. I don't use table salt. I use that special salt that doesn't give you all that crap in it.
mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
So like
good.
I don't use bleached salt or anything like that. I stay away from all that. And that's also why I've lost a lot of weight too. Like there was a time where I cut out dairy a lot for like 3 months. I didn't
Uh-huh.
eat any dairy or anything like that, and I started losing a lot of weight too. But also I started fasting as well. Like I didn't eat till like 4 in the afternoon or something like that. Which going from a whole night of 7 hours of sleep to another like 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, another 7 hours or 14 hours of not eating anything for
Uh-huh.
2 months, you know,
So
that's a huge, huge difference.
oh,
So,
100%. So when you say cutting out dairy, what kind of dairy?
cheese, cheese, like Kobe Jack cheese, milk. I don't drink
Uh-huh.
milk. And I'm when I say like milk,
It's
I'm
like
talking about like
pasteurized.
the pasteurized milk, like the
Uh-huh.
bad
Yeah.
Um, so like I cut out milk entirely, pretty
And you
much.
don't
Just
eat
straight
yogurt
drink.
or like any
I
fermented.
don't eat yogurt. Nope, no yogurt. Um, no sour cream. None of that stuff. I cut all that stuff out. No ice cream. I cut that out.
This is your champion.
Yeah,
Like
it's
you ate
really
all that.
crazy
Really, really
because
good.
like dairy should be good for us, right? But like
I
again,
think in
because
portions it is for sure.
well,
I mean, cheese
I
is not
eat
bad.
copious amounts of dairy, bro. Like I've been eating copious amounts of dairy for months, right? And I thought like I would get like overweight or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Uh,
You would think that. I do. But
you,
that's because I add other things. I don't just
uh-huh.
eat dairy. You know,
Well,
I eat other crap
uh-huh.
too, and that's why I overweight.
Well, like
Was overweight.
yeah, so like I think that's the thing with like humans, right? It's like with carbs and hold on a second.
Another squad's popping their heads in. Shield recharging. The ring's close, and we've got a hole. Enemy shield. Reloading. And we've got a whole 45 seconds of this game. Enemy shield.
Oh, okay. So like let's say that you're on a
Do you like my
low carb diet, right? If you're on a low carb diet, you can like just eat so much fat, it's insane. You know, like your body won't allow you to like eat more fat than like you actually can. Does that make sense? Because you'll just poo it out. Like nothing will happen. But like if you're on a like a high carb diet, right? Like your body can't tolerate eating like a lot of fat because like the way like your mechanisms in your body are like working differently. Like humans have two mechanisms for eating. Like one is basically for like when you have like heavy abundance, and then one is for like if you're hungry, you know what I mean, basically like as like a species.
So like cravings or
Well, so it's like mechanics that our body uses, like the way that it functions. Like it functions differently if we're eating high protein, high fat, low carb, or high carb, low protein, etc. So like if you are eating high carb, high fat, like your body is like getting overloaded because it's like that basically shouldn't be a thing. But like people condition us like as humans to eat heavy amounts of carbs even if we're eating a lot of fat. And then they'll just tell us like, oh, just don't eat fat, but then you'll crave everything in the world if you don't eat fat. You know what I mean? Like for example, you said you ate ramen, and then what did you eat next? Peanut butter?
like a PB&J. Yeah, peanut butter and strawberry jam.
Yep, okay, and then you had cheese, right? Okay. So you started off with ramen, right, which is carbs.
No, I
Is
start
basic.
off with fish and rice.
Oh, fish and rice.
Rice.
Okay, so that's like very lean protein and high carb.
Disgusting.
Yeah, and you didn't even eat it. So that's just like a bunch of carbs, right? So then
I
you
ate a couple bites.
uh-huh. So you ate carbs, right? And like a lean protein that doesn't have that much fat. And then you ate more carbs, which is the ramen, right? And then you ate the peanut butter, or the peanut butter sandwich, which is more carbs, but it has some fat. And then you ate cheese, which is fat. Because, like, basically you were probably, like, what were you craving initially? Do you remember, like, what you were actually craving, like, at the start?
Anything,
Or,
to
like,
be
what you
honest.
were, like,
I
looking
just
to
was
eat?
hungry.
Uh-huh.
It was the fish and rice we were gonna start cooking up to eat.
Mm-hmm.
But I wasn't craving anything. Like I didn't feel like I needed this or that. Or
Uh-huh.
I just felt like I need to get some food in my belly, and what do we have to eat?
Uh-huh. Yeah, that makes sense. Bro, these kids are way down here now. Look, running.
Oh, we are so dead.
Dude, there's a whole team in this building and they don't see me.
Leveled up car. Shields recharging. Okay, this is the up.
Look at that guy, he doesn't see me.
No clue.
An enemy shield. Shot at. I blasted the whole squad. Broken enemy shield. Replicating. Shields recharging. Recharging. Grenade deployed. Shields recharging.
Bro, that rat ballistic out there.
Mm-hmm.
Enough time to bake some scone. Only 2 more squads to test their equipment on UT. Best make it count. Rings now. Got 45 seconds. Plenty of time for a wee cup of UT. Shooting at me. Rings not far. And we've got 30 seconds. Grenade flung. Enemy removed. And the nuke shields recharging. When you're the ring with 10 to spare.
What the heck? How is he on the roof?
No rags.
How is that ballistic on the roof? That is so troll.
Nice try.
Oh, what I was gonna say though is like if your body, if even if you don't know it, if your body needs fat, basically, you will like if you'll eat something and then you're still hungry after, it's because like you need fat basically. So like you like kept eating and then eventually you ate fat, right? Which is the peanut butter. Uh so technically the fish had some fat, but it's like very low. The peanut butter and then the cheese.
But this, like, another thing here is I got this cheese, this Kobe Jack cheese from the American commissary, from the army
Uh-huh.
commissary, so I know it's very processed.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah,
So,
Colby
so
Jack in
yeah,
general is like a processed cheese.
but like if I were to get like the cheese that are in like the German grocery stores that are like
Uh-huh.
really nice and raw, like that's so much better and it tastes so much better. And it wouldn't, and I could just eat that and it wouldn't make me fat. But I know the other stuff that I'm eating now does. But it's just
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's typically because there's added ingredients. Like,
yeah.
for example, like cheese usually has like just a couple added ingredients, basically, especially American cheese. And then on top of that, it's, you know, pasteurized too. So like, but yeah, because like the thing is too is our brain needs fat, like you know cholesterol, right? Like you've heard, oh, like don't like avoid cholesterol. Guess you know they tell us to avoid cholesterol because our brain is literally has like a layer of cholesterol around it that it like has to maintain, and like I think low cholesterol or something is like you know linked to neurodegenerative like things basically because like if you don't have enough cholesterol or enough like saturated fat then you know like your brain slows down and stuff and like look how common like you know what is it called again I can't think of the name of it. It's type 3 diabetes. What is that called again? It's with your brain.
Hold on.
Starts with an A.
Starts with an A.
Yeah.
Heart attack.
No, no.
Hold on. Not asthma. Starts with an A.
Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's.
Yeah, Alzheimer's and dementia. So Alzheimer's is called type 3 diabetes now because they know it's caused by food. So you know like you know how like old people like they like it's like they have a mental disconnect because yeah, like the food destroys your brain over time and it's like not something that you notice in the like you know, it's like, oh, I'm noticing it right now. It's like, you know, it takes years, but like, you know, it's
So there
crazy.
are a lot of things that so like for me, one thing that I've noticed and has personally helped me dramatically
Uh-huh.
with just like blood flow to the brain, to the whole body, a lot of organs is I do sauna. I go to the sauna every other day. And I
Uh-huh.
do like 15 minutes straight and then I go out and rest for like 10 and then I do another 10. And I've noticed like my cardiovascular, my breathing, my blood flow, me like I used to have to get up in the morning or at night at like 4 or 5 in the morning just to go to the restroom to pee because like I would and it was very it wasn't alarming to me but I was confused. I was like, why am I starting to do this now? Like why is it like that? And once I started to do the sauna, like all that went away. My blood circulation started to get back to me. Like I felt better. I
Uh-huh.
could go run. Like, and it was because like there was so many toxic chemicals in my body from all the foods that we've been eating, and me sweating all that stuff out in the sauna like dramatically helped.
Yeah. Sweating is good because I mean sweating is the number like one way actually I'm pretty sure that we excrete toxins because we like realistically should be sweating a lot of the time throughout the day. Humans are the only like some of the only mammals that can like run around in full sunlight Like, there's basically nothing else on the planet that can run around in the sunlight like we can. Ain't that crazy?
You know what's even crazier than that?
Let's see it.
An eagle can stare into the sunlight, and we can't. An eagle can spot a rabbit 5 to 7 miles away and pinpoint its location. That, to me, is absolutely insane. I mean, that's an animal, but regardless. I just thought that was crazy. I heard it the other day.
Well, yeah, we're animals too, though, remember?
I'm not an animal. I'm a human being made in the image of God. I'm not an animal. I can eat animals. I need energy.
Leveled up, pals. Now, what's to upgrade?
Energy ammo. Energy ammo here.
I have a subject in view, right here.
So eagles can stare into the sun at any time, basically?
Yeah.
Or is
doesn't
it like a
affect their
certain time?
eyesight. No, anytime.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Did you take that shotgun bolt by any chance?
Oh, yeah, you need it.
No, you're good. I didn't know if you grabbed it or not.
Those care packages.
You need some energy though. 18 bullets. I need to crack. Oh, on me.
Organs down.
Last one down. That completes the 300.
Grenade! Downed an enemy. How do you like my upgrade, pals?
Champion's toast.
Shield recharging.
Where are these guys at?
I have no
More.
clue.
I have a subject in view.
One guy knocked here.
There's a new kill leader out there.
Reloading. Independent variable added. Probing for loot here. Reloading. Another lab rats.
Kill confirmed. Another notch on the belt.
Oh, yeah, so, like, we can stare into the sun at a certain point in the day, but yeah, we obviously can't do it during the daytime. But we're not really, like, our body wouldn't need to have that, but an eagle would need to have that, you know what I mean? Because, like, the eagle flies in the air.
Nearby.
That was the last one.
Of course.
Like,
yeah.
that guy, bro, that guy got fried right there because he couldn't see, bro, because the sun. He was flying, and he's not an eagle. He ain't supposed to be flying.
You're hilarious.
Do you have a fear of planes at all?
Planes?
Yeah,
No.
like being in the sky.
No. I don't really have a fear of anything, to be honest.
Like you don't have like any like if you walk up to a ledge, you don't have like any instinctual response to like not be near the edge. It's just nothing.
Mm-mm.
Really, that's crazy.
Cover me. Crafting.
You gotta remember, bro, when I was like 6 years old, I rappelled from a 400-foot tower.
Wait, what?
Yeah, bro.
Wait, you said when you were 6 years old, you
Yeah.
rappelled from a 400-foot tower?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what do you mean? How? You never told me
Oh.
that.
Yeah, like when I was like 6, I went to a Christian camp that like my family would go to, that they knew the people that owned it, and it was a huge like youth and like high school, middle school camp retreat in a way. And the organization there had a 400-foot like tower that they rappelled on and did stuff on, and they allowed the kids, or they allowed people with like supervision
Uh-huh.
Go up there, and it's one of the retreats that if you wanted to do it, you can do it. If you didn't want to do it, you didn't have to do it. But like
Yeah.
it took 30 to 40 minutes just to climb up the tower, and then there's a big rope, and you have a harness and whatnot, and then you put it on, and then my dad was at the bottom, and he was the one that was harnessing, or not harnessing me, but gonna hold me, because like when you rappel, you have to go off the ledge. So like here, come to me real quick. I'll show you. It's just like this tower. It's actually kind of cool to think about. So this here, imagine this was a 400-foot tower, right?
Mm-hmm.
So on me, I would go like this backwards. I'd have a harness,
Mm-hmm.
and you would have to lean straight back. Your feet would be like on the, like, say this
Cord.
was just like a flat wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
And your feet would be on it, and you would just lay back with your left hand in front of your belly and your right hand behind your back. And your right hand behind your back is the one that releases you. And
Mm-hmm.
the front hand on your stomach is what stops you. And I would get to a point where I feel leveled and comfortable, and I would jump. I mean, when
Uh-huh.
I say jump, I'm talking about like take my legs and just kick off and let
Uh-huh.
go of my back, and I would just fall. And then I'd catch myself, boom, and I would slam into the wall with my legs, and then do it again and again. I went down that tower in like 5 jumps, bro.
That's sick.
I eat that. God.
Kill the people on the close left. Or close right, actually. Two on me. He's weak. Nice. Easy clap. Oh, okay. So, like, for some reason, when you said that, bro, I imagined it was like some like tragic event or something that happened that you had to like raffle out of. Yeah, bro. Like, yeah, it's funny.
No, it's just something that like I was fearful, like I was scared, but I learned like if I need to overcome this.
Yeah, you can overcome
like,
any fear for
yeah,
sure.
like that's one thing like this thing also taught me. Also taught me more about the Lord and my relationship when I was younger, established my foundations in a way. But the biggest thing for me, it helped me overcome saying like there are things and obstacles in life that you have to go through that you might not feel comfortable doing, and you might not even be good at doing. But if you continue to do so and you put your front foot forward, then you will have that leap of faith in a way to try to do it. And then once you do it, you come to find out like, man, that actually wasn't so bad, and it actually excited me.
Yeah. And then you can like go back and like let's say it's like something that's like, you know, performance based or something, then like you can like go back and improve, you know, like once you learn.
Not only that, but you can teach as well. A lot of times when you've done something, I'm not saying I mastered it or anything like that,
but it still taught you something that you can teach somebody else. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So I was very happy. Oh, like another thing, like at 6 years old at the same camp, they would like you would sleep in a big dormitory in a way, like not outside, like this big log cabin in a way, you know, like 40 to 50 people inside, all same age and whatnot, all guys. This guy's target spotted. I missed everything. But they would take us, and at the middle of the night, they would say, "Hey, y'all are coming with us," and we would have to. Follow them, and for like 3 hours at night, they would not only make us go up onto the on our roof. Not only make us go up the tower and rappel at night, but there was a mile away. Oh, it's close. Inside here.
Bro, I'm getting shot by a freaking devotion in the back from over here. Alted Rev behind you. Good try, that's funny.
But there was a pond, right? So
Uh-huh.
there's on one, so it's like a big circle pond, and on one side of the island there's a tower with a big zip line that goes over the pond to the other side, right? And at night they would make us go from one side and go in the pond, swim with all your stuff on, go to the tower, go climb up the tower, zip line back across the pond. Like there were things like that, but the only way to do those events were only for like the people that are graduating the like the camp. Like
Yeah.
I couldn't do it when I first got there, right? I went there for like 4 years every year, and on the fourth year, like I was like senior, I guess, or like to the age where the next time I couldn't do it anymore, right?
Yeah.
The next year I couldn't do it because I was overage or whatnot. But like they did it for those that were about to graduate, and like they would make you do like really cool things. We did like this huge, bro. Like when I talk about massive, we had probably like a I mean, you know how much 1 acre is, right? How much land 1 acre is?
Uh-huh.
You can
Yeah.
think about it. Right. So think about maybe like probably like 2 acre field, right? A 2 acre field is actually very big. You can fit
Yeah.
probably 500 people on it, 600 people. Um, probably more than that.
Yeah.
But we had about 120 to 200 kids, and we would play the game where it was like 60 versus 60 or 100 versus 100, and there'll be a line in the middle of the a white line in the middle of the field where one team was on one side, one team on the other side. And if you crossed the line and got touched, tagged, then you would be the enemy and you had to go on that team, right? And you just go back for, bro. We did this for like 3 hours straight, man, running and tagging people and doing this. And then the event was like, if you get tagged, you go to jail, right? And then if someone runs from your side and runs to the jail, everyone in the jail is free, and they have to run back to the other side. And like we played this game, bro. It was absolutely amazing.
It sounds
We did
crazy.
that, bro. And then we had this big pool. We had this big pool that during the summer everybody would go in and hang out and swim, big slides. And then we did this paintball event too. Huge paintball event that was there. So like it was a really huge and amazing like retreat, Christian retreat that I went to. And I learned so much, bro. Made so many friends, learned so much, got some awards.
That's sick.
So it was like it's like a blessing to be able to be a kid, to be able to go through that. Because like a lot of people don't get to experience stuff like that at that age, you know? A lot of people are just
Yeah.
like kids at that time are just, you know, on their not on their phones, but at that time we didn't have phones, but doing other things.
Yeah.
Like I always will remember that for the rest of my life because it put a huge impact on me. Huge impact.
Yeah, that's good.
Not only that, but like it was nice because you learned a lot on how to treat people. And then they did like this cool thing where like if you memorize so many verses in the Bible, you get like a prize at the end. Or there was people memorizing like 60, 70 verses. I think I went up to like 20 verses at the time I remembered, but
That's
it
crazy.
was really, really cool, bro. Where is a gun?
No, this kid is so one over here. Oh, he's not.
Oh, this guy's shooting me. Bro, what is everyone shooting me for? My God. This guy.
Alright, let's just back out of that one. That's funny though, because I thought you were like in some like bad scenario. Isn't that funny?
I know, it's the total opposite.
Well, see, that's the reason why I thought that is because there was this one time where me and my friends were like, I can't remember how old we are, but we like, there was this like, you know how there's abandoned buildings, right? And have you ever went into any abandoned buildings?
I have.
Yeah, so we went into, so there was like this old like like preschool that was like shut down or whatever we went into, and then we found this other like burnt down like alcohol factory basically, right? So first of all, filled with chemicals everywhere, so we shouldn't even have been there. But like we climbed up to this one part, bro, and then the stairs caved in, and then we had to climb down, bro, and it was like freaking like 100 foot. Like we had to kick holes in the wall to put our feet in to climb down. It was crazy, bro.
Dude, I would be actually.
Yeah, dude, I thought we were gonna die, bro. I thought the whole thing was gonna collapse because we had to kick holes in the wall to put our feet in it.
And go
So,
down.
yeah, it was crazy. And then, like, there's this other time where we were at my friend's house this one time, and he, like, for some reason, he thought his, like, parents came home, right? And he started, like, freaking out, right? Because, like, he wasn't supposed to have friends over. So he made us climb out the back window, right? And this was, like, 6 floors off of the ground because it was like a 5-story building, and then it had like a garage that you could drive into for like the 6th floor, and we had to climb all the way down that out the window.
Oh my goodness.
And like when we were on the way out, I remember there's like this one part where I thought I was gonna fall too, because I was like stepping down off of like a windowsill onto like a, you know, there's like little like vents that are outside buildings. I stepped onto that, bro, and it broke off and just like fell, and then I thought I was gonna fall, but I was good because like there was like this like ledge, like brick ledge thing to put my feet on, but it was crazy, bro. The building caving in though was like falling in. The stairs was definitely the worst there. There was just a kid hiding in this corner. I killed him though.
I thought that was our teammate. I thought that was.
Bro, I got crazy stories. I know I told you some of them. Did I tell you about the electric fence? One time I was running, so at my family used to have this like property like a long time ago, basically when I was a kid, right? And I was out there running around, and I went down this hill, like running down the hill, and then I ran into a freaking electric fence, bro, and got stuck in it. And was
Stuck?
just, yeah,
Like it was just
stuck.
going and going and going.
Yeah, yeah.
Bro,
And I
you
was,
die. You're frying your ass.
I
How
know,
do you
bro. And
stuck?
I got stuck in it because like it's the blades like of the prongs of the electrical fence got stuck into my skin. So like if I were to move, it was like ripping out, you know. And it was like I could hardly feel it because I was like numb because I was getting electrocuted. My entire like body was just numb, bro. It was crazy. And like you start like, dude, there's so many people in here. What the heck, bro? Yeah, there's 2 teams in here because he got knocked by him. But bro, like when you get electrocuted, I've been electrocuted twice, I'm pretty sure, maybe a little more. But that time, like I was getting like tunnel vision, like really bad, while I was just like getting like I was just numb, you know what I mean? So I thought I was like dying basically, but I wasn't. And then eventually, like one of my family members like took me off of the like fence because I was like stuck in it, you know what I mean? Like I couldn't like get out properly.
Dang, bro, that's actually wild.
Yeah, and then at the same place, I got stuck in the bog. You know what bogs are, right?
Bogs?
Yeah. Like it's like swampy, muddy, like water, but it's like mud. It's like basically quicksand, but mud. But it's like a bog. So it's like really mossy and like it's like swampy, like you can sink in it basically. and you can't get out because it's like a soup. You know what I mean? I stepped into that and I got down to my chest, bro. I was stuck in down to my chest, bro, and then I got pulled out with an oar. Like the oars for boats.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They had to use that to like pry the bog away from me and then pull me out cuz like bogs are so strong, bro. Like in northern like folklore there's a lot of stuff like I like around Ireland and stuff with like the bogs. They say like you're not supposed to go to them at all because like you would just get, they say like something would kill you basically, but you would really just get sunk into the ground and never found because no one can get into there. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
That is wild.
What's up, Nick? No, I do not. I'm at
I have so
240.
many stories. I just gotta remember a lot of them.
Yeah, I try to tell mine often so I like remember them, you know what I mean?
You ever been skydiving?
No, I haven't.
Would you, or are you afraid of heights?
So I don't like heights because I feel like it's like unnatural for like a human to be in the sky, basically. So I try to avoid them,
That's
basically.
logical due to the fact that you can't really fly.
Yeah,
So,
how would I get there without technology? You know what I mean? See, it's weird though, because I like technology a lot. I really like technology, but in other ways, I like completely avoid it, basically, if I can.
I see, but also I'm not saying it's not a bad thing to avoid it, but also you're never gonna learn if you don't try it.
Oh,
Like,
no, I
say
agree.
you never, say you've never been in the sky, right? But you have the opportunity to be in the sky by a plane, but you're too afraid because we think, oh, well, we're not meant to be in the sky. Of course, we're not meant to be in the sky, but we have now technology that we can do it. So if you do try it,
Is your champion.
then you'll know, like, oh, like that's what it feels like. Now I say I can do it. Maybe I don't like it, won't do it again, but
Yeah, no, I
like,
agree
you
100%.
know?
It's like trying stuff. Like even like there's stuff that I tried when I was like younger, like even something like alcohol, like I definitely tried far worse than that, but like
I mean the same way, bro. I remember, like 13 or so, 14. I was with my buddies, and my buddies got a pack of Newports, shorts, and I was like, dude, like, what is that? Like, it's like a cigarette. I was like, what? I was like, you got cigarettes? He's like, yeah. I put him in this bandana. He had a blue bandana, and we were playing football, and he put the pack of cigarettes in my mailbox. And at the time, my mom and dad wasn't home. They were like on vacation, and my cousin was babysitting us. And I remember like the mailman came at that time, which like yeah, you're good. But at that time, like the mailman would come and he opened it, and I was just like, what is this? I was just like, oh, it's cigarettes. And he's like, okay, cool. I guess he got the mail. And then my sister went outside. And went to the mailbox to get the mail, bro. And she found the pack of cigarettes. Told my cousin. Cousin told my mom and dad. I got whooped. Then before that, bro, like I would take the pack of. There's another team here.
Reloading.
I would. I would go with my friends and we would go walk in. We had a pack of cigarettes and we would just smoke. Right, I smoked like 6 freaking Newport cigarettes back to back to back, bro. I got so sick I threw up. Like it was awful, and I was like, dude, this is just bad. And then like, I felt so bad, like internally, mentally, like I was like, what am I doing? I was like, there's no way I should be at like the age I am at smoking cigarettes. And then my grandma would always smoke Misty cigarettes,
Mhm.
long, skinny cigarettes, man. And
Yeah.
every time I'd go to her house, I'd go to the ashtray, bro, and like find a cigarette that has a little bit on it, because she wouldn't always smoke like the whole thing. And I would take it and go and run and be like, bro, thinking that was the coolest thing ever, bro. Knowing that like it's so bad.
I know.
So funny.
When I was younger, me and my friends used to get like cigarettes from his parents and stuff. But I mean, like the thing is like at one point his dad figured out that we were taking it, and he's like, "Well, why the heck didn't you just like ask me?" Basically, you know what I mean? And I was like, "Are you serious? That's so funny."
That's exactly how my friend that was a good son.
Yeah, he was the one actually who, like, when this one time I took
He's left it on you. There's another one.
holy crap.
Did you see this through a smoky on you? That's actually quite.
Oh, he was the same one that, like, when we did acid, he, like, brought us, like, a giant plate of fruit.
Really?
Yeah, I think I told you about that, right? Like, basically, so, like, we were eating something. I can't even... It was so disgusting, bro. It was vile. I think it was, like, Taco Bell, which, like, has so many added ingredients, right? And, like, terrible for you. And we didn't really know that at the time, though, but we were eating Taco Bell, and since, like, we were tripping, you know what I mean? Like, we could tell that there was, like, something wrong with the Taco Bell, but we, like, couldn't, like, put our finger on it, you know what I mean? We're like, this is, like, disgusting. Like, we didn't want to eat it. It was so gross. And, yeah, his dad brought us, like, fruit, bro, and it was so... It literally looked like little, like, you know how, like, fruit is, like, shiny? It looked, like, ultra shiny, bro, and there was, like, little, like, castles and, like, crystal-looking, like, crystallization of, like, the fruit, you know what I mean? Like, the sugar and, like, the fiber. Like, you could, like, see everything in there, and it looked like crazy. It looked like artwork, basically, and it was so good, bro. But, like, then you compare that, like, it's just crazy, though, because, like, our awareness, like, when you take that is, like, so high. Like, we could tell something was, like, wrong with the Taco Bell, but, like, we couldn't tell what it was, you know? And, like, we could tell the fruit is, like, actually, like, good to eat because it looked, like, amazing, bro. It was crazy. Bro, when me and my friends used to walk around on the streets, they used to, like, try and open car doors, like, if there was cigarettes in it. They would look through the windows and try and see if there was cigarettes, and they would try and open up the car door. Ain't that crazy, bro?
That is.
See, like, the thing is, though, as bad as those things are, like that type of stuff, like, teaches you, you know, like,
Yeah,
like,
but
you know what I mean?
That's not even compared. I mean, bad is bad. I don't think, like, well, I'm not even go there. But for me, like, how you said it, you learn for sure. There's a team here. Hold on, buddy.
The ashes that pop so weak, it's insane. I don't know how I stole that, bro.
And I died?
No way.
So Horizon. I was a whole other team actually. All good.
Charging on my shields.
No, bro. Okay, I'm backing up.
You steal that, right?
You were saying bad is bad. What? What
Oh
happened?
yeah, so I just saying like bad is bad, but like how you explained it, you learn from those things as you're young. Nowadays, when you're older, like me, like I feel like the lessons I learn now are not as detrimental as they are when you're younger, right?
Like detrimental to you?
Yeah, detrimental to you. For instance, like putting your fork in an electric socket, right, or something like that. Learning, like, dang, that's electricity. Like knowing
Uh-huh.
like that electricity one can kill you and it hurts you, right? So let's
Mm-hmm.
not do that, right? But
Mm-hmm.
when you're now older, you're not going to go to a power line and say, oh, I know electricity's in there, let me touch it, because
Mm-hmm.
when you were younger you put a fork in the socket and you electrocuted yourself.
Uh-huh.
Like, so like those are detrimental because those are, to me, are
It's like
things that like
harmful to you, but it
very
still
harmful to you.
teaches you.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
it still teaches you. Now for instance, like the smoking portion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is, like when I was doing it, I just wanted it because like when I was smoking then, like I would
Mm-hmm.
get that high feeling. I'd get that, oh man, that I don't know how to say it, but the,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm
Buzz.
talking when you smoke the buzz, thank you, the buzz. Um and
It's
that's
a
what I was chasing
stimulant,
after.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I was chasing after that buzz, and then like I was like, man, I can have this buzz for 30 minutes, and I smoke 6 cigarettes, and I come and find out I throw up. Like I learned like I can't do that, you know, and I'm not gonna have that. I need to stop. So I
Mm-hmm.
stopped. Um, and that helped me along the way to say, okay, smoking isn't the best thing to do. Let's not smoke. And then like every now and then it happens or whatnot, but um, that is a life lesson that I kind of learned. And throughout
Mm-hmm.
like being younger, I feel like, yeah, because you're young and you don't know, so you have to you don't have to, but you definitely learn more lessons along the way because you're growing up, you're learning, you're developing, you know, you're doing all these things. But now where I'm at now, it's just like you've learned a lot of lessons, but now when you are 18 years old, now you're not only learning lessons, but if you do something wrong, you are punished for it. Like a law, you break a law, you speed, you get a ticket, you kill someone, you go to jail, or you die. Like though, or I mean, that's a very serious offense, but like stealing,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like you steal something, you go to jail. Um, so now because you're 18 years old, not only that, but you have to face your charges and stuff like that. At being younger, you didn't have really consequences for your actions in a way because you're young and you're learning, you're developing. Now
Uh-huh.
it's just like when you're older and you have to learn something, when it's hard or you do something that is wrong, there's a consequence for that, and not only a consequence, but also sometimes a legal matter or a legal issue that you have to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Driving drunk, DUI, that's a legal matter. Not only that, but it ruins your whole life, and like you're now, you know, like legal, not legally, but on record, you have it stated like, oh, this guy has a
Mm-hmm.
DUI. It's much harder to get a job. I mean, it's much harder to advance in life when you do these kind of things, and but you learn the lesson, like, oh, maybe I shouldn't drink and drive.
Yep,
You learn.
100%.
So yeah. What hero? Oh, dude, all my dog wants to do is just play with the ball. Oh, I want to buy him a little ball throw thingy that automatically throws the ball, dude. Isn't there something like that?
Maybe. It's really funny. Okay, so um let's say, let me think.
All aboard the off train.
Like, I don't know, it's like, so something that I like, obviously, like I always talk about it and stuff, like human made problems, you know, like when we do stuff and then like it's like, why the heck are we doing that, basically, you know what I mean? Uh like, let's say, so like America's Like, so like when I was younger, right, I would like feed a dog, right? You know, it's just like weird how like you grow up, right, and you have a pet, right, dog, and you're feeding the dog like the pebbles, right, the kibble.
Uh-huh.
And when I was a little kid, I'm like, you know, they would say, "Oh, this is dog food," and I'm like, okay, you know,
You'd
like,
eat it.
well, no, I didn't actually. I would just be like, oh, you know, it's like, why is this what, you know, dog food looks like? You know what I mean?
Uh,
But I was just
I
like,
never
okay,
really thought like that.
yeah,
I don't
see,
think I ever looked at food as like why. Okay, God, I'm missing everything. Everything I miss.
well, I'll tell you why you haven't, because it's not normal to. It's not natural to consider about what you, dude. Do you think like an animal or like anything, like any mammal in the wild, right, is gonna be like, oh, it's time to, you know, what am I gonna eat today? You know what I mean? Oh, what am I gonna cook today? No one does that. You know what I mean? Humans are the only ones. So like, if humans, um, if humans are the only ones to do that, right? That means like humans just have like this problem with like going against like what we're supposed to be doing, you know what I mean? Like normally.
Uh, yes, you're 100% right, Sean. Why do you think that is?
I don't know what that is, but it's like funny in a way, but also obviously very bad in a way. But it's like, so like, okay, you know, we have foods that like for example, we shouldn't have to think about what we're gonna eat. We should just be eating because that's how everything else works, like on the planet. You know what I mean? Nothing else on the planet's like, what am I gonna eat today? Like humans are the only ones who have that choice. You know what I mean? To just be like, oh, I'm gonna order a cake or I'm gonna buy a deer or whatever the heck
You have a
from
free will.
4,000 years away. Well, yeah, well, we do have the free will, but also we have exploited all the animals on the planet to the point of we can mass produce any animal and ship it anywhere, basically. So, like, let's say, you know, I want elk today, but I live in the south and there's no elk. So, oh, time to order elk from, you know, couple thousand miles away. Like, it's crazy.
Now it's a good thing, but it's also can be used for a bad thing. Like
Y-
anything in life, man. Like anything you
Uh-huh.
do. Like we've already talked about this plenty of times. Like anything
Uh-huh.
in life is a choice that you've been given, right? No one's gonna make you do something unless, like, it's forced upon, right? Like a gun to your head or something like that. And you need to
Well,
do this. But you still have the
yes,
choice to say
but
yes and say no, which is a
uh-huh.
bad, it's a bad thing. But what I'm saying, what I'm trying to get at is everything. Um, how I look at it is everything that has been given to you, you can take it and you can use it for a good or you can use it for a bad. That's how it honestly is. Everything in life
Uh-huh.
is good or bad. Look at like think about that. You look at this world, everything is very corrupt, evil. It's there's people that's just chosen to live a life of sin and bad and do evil and do this and do that and not even care or even think about like in their mind like why am I doing this? Why do I have act this way? Why am I being so cruel to these people when they don't have it? They don't even think like that. They just do,
Uh-huh.
and that's in a way it's scary, but that's the life that they've chosen to do and what they're going to do.
Uh-huh.
And that is the choice. Like if I want to eat an animal of a steak today, I can have that choice to do so. I might have to go and kill the animal and cook it myself and butcher it and all that stuff, but that's a choice that I can do, and I've been given the free will to do it. But there's other people that can be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go kill an animal and just leave it there to die and rot." Like
Uh-huh.
that's their choice, and that's not the best choice to do. Like you're just killing an animal for what? Like for fun, for sport? Like use the resources, use its hide, use its meat, like
Uh-huh.
and that's how I like gaming, everything, like can be for good or good for bad. And yeah,
Uh-huh. Yeah, but also at the same time, it's like, yes, you technically can go kill a deer, right? But what are, there could be laws where you live where they say, hey, you're not allowed to go hunt your own food. You only can buy it from us. So, like, and then also it's like, but no, I agree with like what you said 100%. But at the same time, it's like there's like factory farming and stuff going on, and then like anyone can just order, whatever meat off the internet or like whatever the heck. Like,
And that can be good too, though. Like think about people that are really starving or something like that, or in a rural place where they
uh
can't
huh,
provide the food or can't get the food. They
uh
can
huh,
order it and it can be shipped to them, which is a very good. It's a good deed to do. Like it's something that is proper. Like if he needs help, help him.
uh
But
huh,
like that's good, especially if you can't or don't have the means to do it yourself or have it in the area, like a deer. You can go and buy some venison, cook it up, eat
uh
it,
huh.
or get it
Well,
shipped
see,
to you.
well, yeah, that's fine, but it's not that. It's like how the animal is produced, right?
Yes. So what I was gonna say next was like the production of tilapia and the tilapia farms
Uh
and the
huh,
tanks and what they feed them and stuff like that, right? That in myself is I don't know the condition of the person's heart on what they're trying to do with the fish. If it's actually for a better thing to um, give fish to people that are in need in the area, or just to put so much crap in the fish and then sell it for a profit and hurt the human population, which is probably what's going on now. But
mm-hmm,
like those are things that can be used for good or used for bad. It's
uh
just the
huh,
person that owns it, how they use it, how I look at it is like, well, God has given you, how are you going to use it? You can use it for bad or you can use it for good. It's your choice.
yeah, but also
There's
using
consequences.
something for good can also be bad for other people or for
Exactly.
different
You're
people. Like
100%
it could be any
right.
combination of any of it. So it's like it's a never-ending bouncing in between of good and bad,
That's
basically.
right. So like,
And it all comes
say,
down to the perception of the person who's doing the action, basically, of whatever it is.
or their condition of their heart. That's how I look at it.
Uh-huh.
Um, Another thing was like how you said like um, thinking that it is good for the other person when it's actually not, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
say um, someone passed away in my family, right? And I'm trying to grieve, but
Uh-huh.
you're over here trying to encourage me, saying it's okay, like it's. But in reality, you mean it for good intentions, but in reality,
Uh-huh.
I just need quiet time. I just need you to listen. I just need you to be
Uh-huh.
there. I need you to not say anything, and that would
Yep.
be more beneficial than you trying to help me or trying to motivate me or trying to.
Uh-huh.
Got a team on me. Oh, one shot.
What the heck is that, bro? There's like no sound in this game.
I don't know how you played these jump games, bro. I would never play in this building. Ever. I just will run away from everything. I can't play in stupid buildings like this. It's the dumbest mechanism. People trying to get on zip, blocking you, slowing you down, killing you, jump. People shooting you in
I
the back.
know.
What is the point of even playing in this area with this building? It is wild to me. I mean, yeah, content, understand.
Contact with hostile.
Wait, what were we talking? Oh yeah, stuff being for good or bad. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, so every single thing, it's weird because it's almost like humans, How would you say it? It's almost like humans are like, I don't even know how to explain it.
Come on, compadre, get up. Come on, come on, come on.
It's like because we're so aware of what we're doing, we get like burnt out on stuff that we shouldn't be getting burnt out on, and then people like get like super greedy with stuff, you know what I mean? And then, you know, like then there's the whole like instant gratification and stuff like that, you know? Like for example, like an animal, right? You give your dog, like you tell your dog to sit for its food, right? It's never gonna get tired of that. It's always gonna want its food. You know what I mean? But humans will be like, oh, I want this, I want that. You know, oh, I'm not, you know, I don't want that food right now. Oh, I need a different flight. You know what I mean? It's like since we're so aware of the experience we're having, it's like we are hypercritical of it because we're so aware of what's going on. Does that make sense? And then like humans will just keep seeking more and more and more and more and more because we're just like, I mean, like for as advanced as like our like awareness is, like it only makes sense for like if something is so aware and like capable of doing things, then like of course like eventually like, you know, like humans are just going to be doing like all this crazy, like I mean humans have done crazy stuff forever. You know what I mean? So like
The
it's
Roman
crazy.
Empire, bro. They are vicious.
Mm-hmm.
Story, and what they've done, like I mean, everybody has done very, very bad things.
Bro, this kid is just throwing nades at me for like 20 years. How does that not hit the second shot? Bro, it's like, okay, something else, like I still think one of the biggest issues in the entire world, and I'm not even trying to sound, you know, like a complaining Carl or anything, you know what I mean? But like, it's, and like, this is what made me say it too. The bots in Twitch, right? So much time and resources go to that instead of, for example, feeding people or helping people that need stuff. You know what I mean? Like resources are going towards selling fake viewers on an internet website.
Yeah, dude. Think about this, right?
Uh-huh.
Someone in their heart is so greedy and so deceptive and so, in my way, I'm not saying sinister, but so deceptive that they are so greedy to have one power, money, or whatever it is that they create this software that creates bots to go into your channel to tell you, hey, if you want more views because you're a streamer, and if you're as a small streamer, like, yeah, I want more views, I want to be popular, I want to be known, I want to make something out of it, you know? But it's a lie. It's just for them to make a profit off of you, to give you fake views, so that when people come in, they already know it's fake, and they're
Mm-hmm.
like, then you just wasted all your money for what? For fakeness, right? And that's just deception. That's all. Someone's heart is full of greed and money. I'm gonna make this product so I can make more money, even though it's not helping, benefiting any
Uh-huh.
what or to the person that's gonna
But
purchase it.
okay, but think about this though. What if on the other side of that, that's just like an individual developer in a country that so like it wouldn't be illegal to do that here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And they need food to feed their family, and that's the only way that they can like come up with like enough money to feed their family though. You know what I
Well,
mean?
then once they make enough money off of the product, they should stop the product.
What if it's just never enough because it's like constant grind, you know what I mean?
I don't know. I think
So then who do we
that's where
blame
I
after that?
well, there's
You
no
see?
blaming. I don't blame anybody. I can't blame. I can't judge. I'm not the judge. I can't say that's wrong and that's right. I just know in my heart if it's wrong, if it's right.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, I think if you're in a crisis where you are starving and you come up with an idea that helps you, but you use that idea for to not better somebody or to harm someone,
Mm-hmm.
then there's got to be something else that you can think of, or something that will
Well,
actually help you to help somebody else. Unless you just use it as greed, as like, oh well, I have this idea, I'm going to use it regardless if it harms or if it hurt or if it helps.
mm-hmm.
And that's where I come
But
back
what
to
if that person
decision.
doesn't?
Go ahead.
What if the person doesn't want to harm someone? Okay, like let's say we could use this
Comes out as a
example.
harmful, but it comes out as like a harmful product.
But they know, okay, even let's say it's robbing somebody, right? Let's say somebody goes and steals money from somebody or something. But they don't want to do it, right? But they don't have any others. Literally, like your kids are starving, like what do you do? And there's nothing else to do. You know what I mean?
Well,
And then
there's
where does the blame go there? Does it go to the individual for committing that crime? Or does it, like, is it the whole system for allowing that to happen? You know what I mean?
I don't know. I can't. That's a really good question.
Mm-hmm.
So like, my answer to that is
Yeah.
like, it's hard because in my mind, if you always have a choice, like no matter what, you have a choice, even if you're starving, even if you're in a near death experience where I can do this to get out of this experience
Mm-hmm.
or to survive, but is it going to kill someone else because I need to live, or do I just die knowing that if I die, I won't hurt anybody because the product I am making will kill them? You know what I mean? Like
Uh-huh.
that's like
But
dramatic. That's like very, very
uh-huh.
dramatic. But
Yeah, but
how,
it's not about you. It's about your family, your children, etc. Like your
well, if,
family that you're
well,
taking care of.
how, if you're not alive, how are you supposed to take care of your family? You know, like, so
Well, yeah,
it
but
is
it's like
about
main level of your family as a whole rather than just like a personal greed. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I can't. I guess I just can't give my experience
Mm-hmm.
on it because I haven't been there. But
Yeah.
what I would do personally, I wouldn't. I would just pray, bro. I would just trust in God because I know He would help me. Like that's just me personally. But for me to not be in that experience, or even if
Uh-huh.
I was in that experience, that's exactly what I would do. I wouldn't. Oh, we left. That's exactly what I would do. I would just pray because I know God will help me. 'Cause He's helped me throughout the whole
Mm-hmm.
years. If I didn't know God, then my probably mindset and my stuff would be totally different. My answers would be totally different. I don't know. But that's the only answer that I could come up with, or that logically makes sense to me.
Yeah, that
Uh,
makes sense.
so, but I don't know. That's a very hard question. I mean, sometimes you
Uh-huh.
have to do things that I feel like are not right. Well, I can't even say that. Like, I was gonna say sometimes you have to do things that are not right to survive, but there goes the choice of, it's bad, do you still do it?
Uh-huh.
Pornography is bad, but people still do it. Being married and cheating on your wife is bad, but people still do it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
like those are things that are, in my way, is the condition of your heart. It's where's your heart at? Does your heart belong to me? Does the heart belong to the world, and you're gonna just listen to everything the world does, that knowing that the world is corrupt and evil, and some things are good and some things aren't good, like, or are you going to just, to me, listen to God? What does He tell you to do? Read His Word. For me, that's me personally.
Mm-hmm.
But if I didn't know that and didn't have that relationship, then my mindset would totally be off. And I know I would listen to the world. I know I would do the things of the world. I know I would steal. I know I would cheat. I know I would do these things.
Uh-huh.
But now, because I have that relationship, I don't do these things. You see, I don't know if that makes any sense to
No,
you, but like
that's
that's
good.
that's
Yeah, that's
literally
good.
like that's for me. And that's where because I mean before I didn't say I did these. I've never cheated on my wife, but I did used
Uh-huh.
to look at pornography. I used to do things that I know I shouldn't be doing. But that was because my condition of my heart was so bad and so deceitful that I thought I was the man. I thought I could do this, I can do that. But it all only led to destruction, bro. It only just ruined my life and ruined my life over
Yeah.
time. And and then not only that, but think about that. You live in that lifestyle for such a long time, that's all you know. Until you get to a point where like, oh, I can't do anything else, and what do you do?
Yeah.
So
Because like so humans are supposed to have, you know how like it's really hard for a lot of humans to change and adapt, right? Because that's usually like a process, right? Like
yes, I can see. Yeah,
it's
I
easy for
can see it.
most people to just slip into a habit and then just like
Yes,
keep, like, let's say,
do it.
smoking or
Keep doing it.
something, whatever the
Yes.
heck it is. Like it's really easy to just get into the habit and then just stay, right?
Mhm.
It's because
Mhm.
humans, like literally every form of life other than humans has like a set thing that they kind of just like do. You know what I mean? Like uh the bugs or the bees, pollinate, and they do their stuff, you know what I mean? Humans, we just sit here and like you know what I mean? Like there's just like
Yeah.
so many things that humans like aren't doing that we're supposed to be doing. Like basically 100% of modern day life is like not what we're supposed to be doing. Like
Of course not.
even a couple hundred, even a couple thousand years ago, like like honestly, like I'm kind of to the point where it's almost like, because
Bro,
you know how they say, uh,
you, go ahead.
like
Say
there,
what?
like speaking, right? Like there's stuff that's good about communication, like by word, and then there's stuff that's not good about communication by word. But there's like a form of communication where
Yeah.
you don't talk to someone, right? And you can just read each other and like communicate as, like
Like
that's how it,
telepathically,
well, it's, so like it
by
seems
looking at
like it would be
emotions or feelings or
telepathically.
facial expressions.
Well, see, it would seem like it would be telepathic, right? But it's
Mhm.
feeling like, because like speech is not like, I don't want to say it's like not like a normal thing, but like speech is like very in as like a species for humans. Like yes, it's good that we can communicate in detail, but also at the same time, communication in detail causes more issues like than ever. Because like think about it,
And just
uh
keeping it simple.
yeah,
It's
then like keeping it simple and like it would just be like gestures and stuff basically. And like that's how humans used to interact. Like obviously language is extremely old too, because like humans have been speaking for like ever basically, but like
yeah.
the thing is like, yeah, like our body like is one of the most like capable like life forms basically, but it's like it's kind of like, you know, the thing that is like what we are, that like again, like everyone calls it like different names and stuff, but like what we are that isn't human, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like not like an
Like aliens?
not aliens, it's like it's us, right? But like what we are, as in the like force of our life. Does that make sense? It's really hard to explain. Like some places, like life force, right? Like the thing that animates us. Does that make sense?
What do you mean by animates us? I don't understand that.
Like how do you say it? Like that allows you to just decide to move, or not even to decide to move. Let's say you just have like a, you know, like a knee-jerk reaction or something, you know, like just the energy that's there that is allowing you to like experience stuff and move and think, etc. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to understand. Sorry if it's hard for me a little bit. It's hard to explain.
No, it's all good. So
do you think there's more than one when you say like life
layer of reality, is that what, like one
no,
layer?
like a life, like do you believe in aliens? Do you think there are aliens? Do you think there are other creatures, or not creatures, but like other life forms other than human beings? And I'm not talking about like
in the 3D world.
animals. Well, in this world generally. Do you think there's another world?
Well, so I think there's like dimensions, you know, like
Yes.
1 dimension, 2 dimension, 3. I don't know how high it goes or anything like that, but I definitely think there's like higher dimensions for sure.
Okay.
I don't necessarily know if I think that there are other things within those dimensions that are, you know, that would be like alien-like or whatever. I'm not really sure, but what I'm talking about is like, okay, so you, right? When I say you, I'm talking about like not you as in you. Okay, so you know how like when you say
Physically?
okay,
Like
when
my human body as me?
yes, I'm not saying you physically, right? So if I were to like when I'm saying, when I'm trying to explain this, it's like not like your hand or your body, it's you, right? Does that make sense? Because like
No, I don't understand that. Because when you say you, I'm think the only thing when I mean is you. The only thing in my mind, and when someone says you, is you. Like, hey, when I say, hey, Shock, that's another form of you as a person. Like, your title is Shock. Your name is Shock. Or not Shock. But yeah. But like when you say, hey, you, out in public, that guy who you're talking to is gonna turn and look at you and say what, or hello, whatever it is. Now, I'm trying to remember what you said on. With I don't know if you said like you is you or you is not you. I don't.
Oh no, I'm saying you as in you, not your. Okay, so like if I say I'm talking or I'm communicating to you, right? That doesn't, like, yes, technically it means in the, you know, like 3D world, it would be, yes, I'm speaking to you physically, right? But also at the same time, like, you are not you physically only. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So like,
I'm starting to get what you're trying to say. Yes.
so like if I were to say your hand, right? Your hand, it's something that is yours, right? But you don't say, I'm speaking to yours, right? It would be you. You as in something that is not, like, you're inside of a body, of course, right? But it's like you as an yourself, but not your body. Does that make sense?
I see what you're. Yes.
Like your awareness, if that makes
Yes.
sense. So like
For
the I can't even honestly remember what I was talking about before then, but it's like
I want to know more about when you say 3D world. What does that mean?
that's just like third dimension, like 3-dimensional. Like first dimension is, flat, 2 dimension, third dimension.
Okay. So, do you believe the world is flat or round?
I mean, I don't really care, or
Yeah, I don't care either. I'm just wondering.
yeah, see, like I
No,
definitely would say it's probably round, but I don't really care because it doesn't.
Yeah.
What does that change for me if it's round or if it's square, if it's a triangle? Like, what does it actually do? Nothing.
So, like, this is another cool thing about it. Like, okay, so, am my theory, not my theory. When you say it is not yours, but it is you, right?
Uh-huh.
To me, it's like this. If someone's giving you a title, right?
Uh-huh.
You are Apex Predator, right? That
Uh-huh.
is a title that has been given to you.
Uh-huh.
It is yours, but it is not you,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yeah. Even your name is
Now,
that way too.
exactly. It's a in a way it is a title um that's been given to you.
Uh-huh.
Now, it's not yours, it's the person that gave it to you. Now,
Yep.
for me, the person that gave me my title is my mom and dad, right? They
Uh-huh.
bore me into the world through my mother, and they gave me a name. Now, I don't know where I'm trying to go with this, to be honest. But like, um, it's it's a title in a way that is being given to you, and
Uh-huh.
it's not
Like
your
it's not
title.
actually
It's been
you,
given.
it's something, yeah, it's yours because it was
Yes,
given to you. It's not
yes.
you.
There's a double. Two people here. They're running. Never mind.
Okay, wait. So now that we're on this topic, actually, okay. So you said, yeah. So you get by what that means, right? Like it's you, your awareness, right? Not who you are, not what food you like, not what, you know what I mean? It's like you, as in your awareness, right?
Say that again. I'm sorry. I was finishing somebody.
Oh, you're all good. So like,
Um,
you know how it's like, it's not, it's not, it's you as in like just your awareness of like your life, right? Your experience that you're seeing, right?
it's you on your awareness of your life.
No, it's like your awareness. Like, okay, like let's say your eyeball, like like what you're seeing through your eyes is like a TV, right? You're looking into the screen. You are not anything, like, how do you explain it? You aren't, what your favorite food is, or uh you know it's yours, right? It's not you.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Like it's like that awareness, like you would be the screen, right? you know, if like you're on the TV or like the computer or whatever you want to say, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, so if oh yeah, so like when you take like the substances I was talking about earlier, it separates you from yours. Does that make sense now? I feel like
Yes.
that was like a better way to explain it now that I saw the like opportunity.
I think it's because I think something has to come to not a reality, but physically you have to take something to alter your perception or alter
Uh-huh.
your
To get your
your
brain
mind.
like out of the box. Does that make sense? Because like
In a way, so like what is this guy doing? Go over here.
but we wouldn't need to do that if
Oh, we
people
would
were not doing bad things on the planet to deceive us. Does that make sense?
yes, but this is another thing, right? Dude, can I freaking... Where's my gas going, bro?
What? How did that not kill me?
I'm sorry.
Oh, you were saying what again?
Pipeline's up. I'm just gonna leave. Um. Oh. So like. Let me ask you this. Where do you think this bad came from? What are your thoughts on where do you think this evil stuff comes from? Like at the beginning,
Like the
where does it?
origin of stuff that is bad?
Yeah. Like where do you? What do you
I
believe?
don't know. I like.
Do you think that's just humans, nature, design? Do you think it's people's influence on people that make them bad? Do you think it's
I have a couple things. One thing is either it exists in our mind only, which means there is no good or bad, right? It's just in our
in the
head.
mind?
Because something that's bad for somebody, you know, in general, there's a pretty like, you know, a template that people's trend like following, you know what I mean? But for some people, you know, like for many different reasons, it could just be like psychological, like something, and it doesn't even have to be like extreme, you know, it could be a very like simple matter, a harmless matter for someone. You know, like for example, telling someone something, right? Like let's just say, you know, that one like, oh, like would you tell someone if there was something on their tooth or not, blah blah blah, whatever, you know, you've heard of that thing, like a food on your teeth or whatever. If somebody might find that bad, you know, oh, I wouldn't want someone to tell me that, that's terrible, and then someone else would have the exact opposite, which
Yeah.
is, please tell me that's horrible if you don't. You know what I mean? So it's like it's crazy how like good and bad, it's like it's just crazy how it works basically. Like
But where does that come from? Like,
well, I feel like every single problem ever comes from like it's like just a never-ending stack of problems. Like it's like a domino effect basically, but it's from like
there has to be a source. Bad just can't be bad. Something had to happen because you can't make nothing out of you can't make something out of nothing. You can't. It's
well, yeah,
impossible. You can't.
yeah, so like
By that in itself, there is bad. So there has to have been something or something
uh-huh,
created or something happened
uh-huh.
which allowed bad to come
Well,
in.
okay,
Does that make
so yes, so it's like conflicting forces, right? So like, there's open, close. There's light, dark. There's wind, there's, no wind where the wind is flowing through. So it's like, overriding it. But there's still always something that is the opposite of something, no matter what, always, right? But it always seems to be in perfect balance where even if it might be an extreme, right? There's still a balance. For example, people died, that's awful. But people live, that's amazing. You know what I mean? So it's like it's
Now,
it's like, but I think a lot of the issues come from, for whatever reason, our awareness inside of the human body, like I have like a few theories, right? It's like, yes, I feel like we have a purpose, right? Of course. I think everyone has a purpose. But also at the same time, it's like we're lacking purpose because we're put somewhere where we're not supposed to be. And then it's like causing like a bunch of issues. Because like, dude, like our minds, think of what you could do if your body wasn't limiting you, right? Does that make sense?
I think you limit your own body.
Well, yes, for some people, yes,
Because
100%.
what happens? You go to the gym and you work out. If you want to have a sharp mind, what do? You read books. You strategize. You challenge your brain, right? That's you doing that to you. I mean, there is a limit of how much you can go. I think, but that is on you. If you want to reach a certain goal, then you have to train and you have to adapt and you have to grow and you have to go through hardships and all that stuff.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So, like, I agree with that for sure, but I'm saying kind of like, okay, so like, imagine you were out of your human body, right?
Alright.
Like, let's just say, like, do you feel like your body, like, I don't know, it's like, I don't know. So, like, my theory with what I was saying, though, it's like, so, like, one of them, again, I don't, like, subscribe to any of them, like, hardcore or anything. But it's like, either, it's just, it's simply that there's, like, the balance of things.
The balance?
Yeah, like, there's good and, like, for example, you have to have bad or there's no good. It would just be nothing. You know what I mean? Like, the good would not have meaning if there was no bad to balance out the meaning. Does that make sense? For example, if you play a game all day and you're destroying everybody and it's super boring because you just, like, poo on everyone, right? Like on Bloodstrike, it gets boring, right?
Yeah.
But you gotta have that, like, level of challenge to make it enjoyable, right?
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, so there's just always, like, that constant balance between, like, opposites, so, like, good and bad, like, those are opposites. So, like, there's just gonna be, horrible things, but then there's also gonna be amazing things, too. But, so there's that, but then also, this is, like, another thing that I think of sometimes, too. It's, like, it's almost like the human mind, like, the consciousness, right? Like, that has us doing all these things that we've done throughout all of humanity. It's like, it just seems like we're, like, not really supposed to be, like, in a human body. Like, we're supposed to be somewhere else because, like, we're obviously, like, taking the human existence and, like, animals, the planet, like, we've, like, messed it up a lot, right? And it's like, I think it's because, like, the 3D world or material world is too limited for whatever, like, our awareness is. Does that make sense? So it's kind of like, like,
That's a hard one to kind of grasp.
yeah, it's hard to
I'm
hard to
trying
explain.
wrap my mind around that one.
Okay, it's like, how, like, humans get bored super fast and will, like, do a bunch of stupid things because they're so bored, right?
Yeah.
It's like our consciousness is too high for the you know, dimension that we're in. So we're just like in here bored, basically. Like, cause like, and it's not to say like, it's not like, oh, every day is boring or anything. That's not what I mean. But like as a species, like humanity is so like not in the right spot at all. Like it's crazy, bro. Like we're destroying the planet, we're poisoning people. Like what is even going on, bro? Like
So like what I try to get back to my basic question is
uh-huh.
there has to have something that happened in order for this to proceed, for all these things to take place, for all these things to happen to us.
Uh-huh.
And my theory, right? My theory is in the beginning in the Bible when God said, "Do not eat of the knowledge of good and evil from the tree."
Uh-huh.
Knowledge, right, means what? Knowing all in a way. Knowing, I guess it's the understanding of knowing. Does that make sense? Understanding
Uh-huh.
what a glass is. Knowing that the glass is made out of this material, right? That is knowing, which is
Mm-hmm.
understanding. So when he says don't eat of the knowledge of good and evil,
Mm-hmm.
that means when they did so, then as soon as that happened, what happened? They knew what good and evil was. They knew what naked was, but before then they had no clue what being naked was, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I think that in itself bore the deception, the evil, and the good, where now humanity is at loss.
Mm-hmm.
That's my theory. Now, that theory could be different. That theory could be, yeah, so yeah, that's my theory. That's how
Uh-huh.
I
Yeah, that's interesting, definitely. So I do you want to hear my theories around the Adam and Eve? Okay, so one of them is either kind of what you were saying, right? So like if you are so basically what I think the knowledge of good and evil is, like the, you know, the tree, quote unquote, is actually so depending on like through different periods of time they've depicted as, you know, different things. They've depicted as a fig, they've depicted as an apple, a pear, and a mushroom, actually. So those are all the ones that they have like depicted, the, you know, the fruit that they say that they ate, right, in the Garden of Eden.
Who's they? Because I don't know. Okay, if that's what you've heard, then that's what you heard. That's understandable. So that's okay.
Oh, so it's just like different like groups of like religious sects throughout history, basically.
Okay, understand.
So it's not like a specific, like, you know, it's not like, you know, Roman Catholic or whatever.
Yes,
It's just
a
like, you know,
nomination.
uh-huh. What's up, Kira? How's it going? So I have two theories on that. It's either, you know, it's just like a symbol of like somehow our consciousness coming into the human body, and then like then it takes the human, which was like every other, you know, every other thing on the planet, you know, just like kind of like just living, you know what I mean, as intended by how it was supposed to be, you know what I mean? And then like our consciousness like somehow came into our bodies that we have right now.
I think somehow there has to be a logic.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like somehow, like as in either they ate, you know, like if we're talking about the Adam and Eve story, it's like if they're eating the fruit,
They ate. They
the
ate
fruit, like
and
let's
then that
say,
fruit.
uh-huh. So that kind of is like how the stoned ape theory came up, as like, you know, the humans that used to be on the planet basically ate something that they weren't supposed to eat, and then like it like put the consciousness into their body.
Okay.
Like so like
And that
in, you know, the
made
most
them grow.
conscious altering drugs are like psychedelics basically. So like people have like, you know, thought like it's like a common theory that like people think that the humans that were here before basically ate the psychedelics and it like put awareness into their body because it was from like you know the divine source basically, and it put
Okay.
parts of the divine source into our bodies, and then it just like you know kept going. And then once yeah, so that kind of is similar to
My story in a
what
way.
is it? What is it?
That I think that's kind of similar in a way. But like, regardless, even if it was a mushroom, regardless, even if it
Uh-huh.
was whatever type of fig,
Uh-huh.
it still happened. It
Uh-huh.
still gave that person the perception and
Uh-huh.
knowledge of what good and evil is.
Uh-huh.
It still happened, right? Regardless of whatever it is, even if it was a mushroom, if it was
Uh-huh.
ecstasy pill, whatever it is, it still get. But beforehand, there
Uh-huh.
was no such thing. Does that? Do you agree with that?
Wait, before what? That there was
Before they ate of it, there was no such thing.
as bad at all?
No, no, I don't. I believe. Before. I believe there was no bad, because what I believe and my theory is, when the Lord created this whole world, He's not going to create anything that is evil, that is bad,
Uh-huh.
because He's only a good God. He's a pure and good God.
Uh-huh.
He's all perfect, all knowing. He created everything. So, in my opinion, He will not ever create something that is evil, because that is not of Him.
Uh-huh.
Now, if that is the case and He created the garden and made Adam and Eve to dwell in the garden, that means that there was no evil, no intention inside. So why did the Lord tell them, do not eat of the knowledge of good and evil? So
Uh-huh.
maybe the Lord did create the tree, but He told He told Adam and Eve, the people that He created, to not eat of it. Even though there are figs you can eat here, you can eat this. There's
Mhm.
an apple bush over here, a cherry tree over here, you can eat of, and it is good for you. Right? So I believe for the longest time they walked. It says in the Bible they walked and talked with God in the Garden of Eden.
Mhm.
Now, but once they ate of the tree when God said, do not eat of it, what
Uh-huh.
happened? They were banished and kicked out. And not only that, but what did Adam say? Lord, you gave Eve to me, and Eve was the one that told me to eat this fruit. And then what did Eve say? Well, I was told by the serpent to eat the fruit.
Uh-huh.
Because, and that, I believe, is where the deception happened. Even though the Lord knew that that was going to happen, and even though the Lord created the tree,
Uh-huh.
the Lord could have not created the tree, and I think everything would be good, right? But He also gave you that chance or that free will to decide whether you can eat this or I'm not. Okay. Whether you can eat this or not eat this. But I
Uh-huh.
think when they did eat that and they got deceived, that's where I do believe evil and bad decisions snuck into this world. Because the Lord wouldn't say, hey, the two creators that I've made, come
Uh-huh.
dwell with me forever and ever. And now because you eaten, now you have evil, so you now have to depart from me, because God cannot be in the presence of bad. So that's why He departed them from, and He said, now you will go along the earth, you will have hard labors, your wife will be birth pains, the men will work with their hands and toil the soil and have to work hard for food, all that stuff. But beforehand, it was all given to them. It was all given to them from God, and it
Uh-huh.
was good. But because we are deceptive and we got deceived, I believe, and we ate that fruit, now because of that, we are departed from God. And that's where I believe sin entered into the world. And now that's why it's bad stuff going on in the world, it's good stuff going on in the world, and people don't understand these things, and people don't, and that to me makes so much more logic and so much more clarity in my mind
Uh-huh.
than like whatever other things that are going on, because to me that just makes sense.
Uh-huh.
That makes pure sense to me. Because if there was a God that made everything good,
Uh-huh.
right? Regardless, He's gonna know all things, but He's also given us. He wouldn't be a God if He had to control us, right? That's not a God. God doesn't have to control nothing. He can breathe and this happens. He can say and this happens. Oh, I died with murder. So yeah, like I think that's where it kind of like began, in my opinion. And it just makes total sense to me.
Uh-huh.
Now it might not be right, and other people's mindsets and what they think and believe, and that's understandable. You don't have to understand it. You don't have to believe it. That's why you have the choice to believe what you want to believe.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And that's what also is an amazing thing, because you can talk to people about that. You can talk to people about their theories. You can understand their theories as best as you can. But I feel like if you don't understand your theory and don't believe in your theory, and it doesn't make any sense, then you have to retrack and regroup and actually come up or think about something like, why doesn't that make sense? Or why does that make sense? And go with that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, you wouldn't do something that you know is like I go back to the first example of sticking the fork into the electricity socket, right, and getting electrocuted. You wouldn't go and touch a power line because you know that is bad. Right? But for me, that knowledge of me knowing that is bad and good derived from the beginning of time, when God created the earth and created man and woman, and it was all good. But then when we messed up and ate and got deceived, that's when I believe, like I said, the sin entered, and we are now understanding what bad is, and we now understand what good is. And now we have that free will. We've always been given.
What's up, Kira?
Like I said,
I like season 7 a lot.
God, if he didn't give us free will, because if a God has to control you, he's not God. If a God has to tell you and give you rules and regulations and sets and that in a law, like, I don't believe that's not a God. God, in my got this. I'm going crazy.
You know, I get what you're saying though. So like, okay, so in that sense, right? So when you say we, right? Who is that? Because we didn't eat any fruit. You know, we weren't the ones to do that. You know what I mean?
Yes, but because so think about this, where do we come from? If Adam and Eve were the first people on earth, where did we come from? We came from them. Over the period of time. I mean, God created us, but we came from human being. We came from man, or we came from, man and woman. So that's what I say by we is the human race, the people on earth. Because God didn't say, in the Garden of Eden there was an alien, there was a mermaid, you know, like there wasn't these things. It was just human, or it was just man and woman. And yeah.
So
go ahead.
Oh no, you're all good. So that kind of now that you explain the way that you see that, it kind of is similar to the way that I see it, except for like the expression's a bit different. Like for example, like the way that I see the you know, the fruit part is, so like, of course I don't like subscribe to like the stoned, the psychedelic experience that shoots the consciousness like into the body, basically. I don't like, it's not like I'm like, oh yes I believe this, oh no I don't. It's kind of just like, yeah, I think it could like potentially be a thing, basically.
I got you.
But so
but you don't dwell on it, right?
You said I what?
You don't dwell on it, like you don't have a certainty, no, like a shadow of a doubt that that's exactly what happened. Like, or do you have a certainty like that's exactly what happened?
No, I don't have a certainty with that, because I wasn't there, you know what I mean? Like, but I do have certainties around that those substances, so I can like, you know, it kind of like
Yeah, you
it's
express it, but you've
probable,
been
but it's
experienced.
like, you know, it's not like, oh, I believe in this 100%, but it's just like a consideration basically. But so like another like way that I interpret the Adam and Eve, right, kind of similar. So like the knowledge of good and evil is our consciousness still though, because when the human conscious mind is doing what it's doing, which is now, look how many issues it causes, you know what I mean?
Give me a second. I gotta try to
Uh-huh.
flex up here. No!
That's
What are
crazy.
the odds of me climbing right on him? That's actually wild.
Oh yeah, but like, okay, let's say the eating of the fruit, right, is like, so the knowledge of the good and evil, right? Whatever happened, like the knowledge of good and evil is consciousness. Like that's kind of like what consciousness is, right? Because think about it,
Trying to
right?
figure out what conscious is. Let me look up the definition of conscious. Because
Consciousness?
when I say consciousness, like
Uh-huh.
it's hard to express, right? Like I don't think I can. Let me just look up consciousness before I say something.
No, you're all good. I'm gonna look up the exact definition to see as well, just so I can like, if
How do you
I
spell consciousness? I can't.
CONSCIOUSNESS.
Yeah.
So it's the quality or state of being aware of something within oneself or of an external object, state, or fact. Original awareness of one's unique thoughts, memories, feelings, sensations, and environments. It is subjective and unique to each individual.
Okay.
So it's like basically your experience, right?
Awareness. An awareness.
Yes,
an
it's the
external
aware.
state.
It's like your existence, basically.
Okay. Yes. I understand this now. Okay.
Uh-huh. So like,
A lot of people don't think about like consciousness, like just like it's very hard to fathom eternity. You can't
uh-huh.
fathom eternity, right? So like consciousness to me is also kind of like eternity. I can't really fathom it because I know that I'm alive, I'm conscious, right?
Uh-huh.
But there's so many other things and there's so many other ways to interpret consciousness, your
Uh-huh. Yeah,
experience, your
100%.
surroundings, your awareness, your, you know.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So, okay, go ahead.
Oh, so like the thing is, right, is like if something happened to have to cause consciousness, because okay, like for example, right, they say, oh, if you eat the serpent, right, says if you eat this you will be like God, right?
Hmm.
So if we're conscious, right, God is definitely consciousness, right?
Well, yeah. Well,
So
I think
if
conscious, but this is another thing that I have to say now because um, we in our human brains, we cannot, just like we can't fathom eternity, we cannot fathom God. We, because the he is the divine being. He made all things, so we cannot fathom that in our intellect. It says, "My ways are not your ways, my thoughts are not your thoughts," declares the Lord. So, in him saying that, that is saying we, even though we are intelligent, we have no clue how intelligent the God is. We cannot comprehend the things that he thinks of or the things that he does because he is God. So, that okay, that's where I just have to say that because
uh-huh.
if we think we can understand and intellect of who God is and what he's done here and why did he make that decision and this and that, then we are screwed up in the head. Like they're not screwed up in the head, but there's something that we need to work on personally, because there's it's like, I don't know. I'm gonna go with the master and the servant type of ordeal, but like that is like how I look at it. God is so above me and so above this universe that I can't fathom the things that he thinks and things that he thinks about and does.
Uh-huh.
I can't fathom those things. So like for me to try to put a limit or a knowledge base on God or stuff like that, it's out of my wildest. I couldn't do it. That's
Uh-huh.
how I look at it. So
Yeah, that makes sense. Wait,
dude,
what did I say?
I know this is what I was gonna say. I hate talking when I try to interrupt.
Oh
because
no, it's all good. It's I should be keeping track of what I'm saying better. Oh, I remember now. Okay, so like, okay, knowledge of good and evil, and like, you know, the serpent says, "Oh, you will be like God," right?
Like God.
Not God, but you will be like God, right? So what if that is the consciousness, right, coming into the body, and consciousness is what God is? It's just like we have been put here, like but like that's still like it puts so many more questions, as in of, you know, like, okay, why would these people, you know, do that? Like, why would you eat that then? Why is it like still like, you know, replicating consciousness throughout the humans, but, you know, something with like reproductive nature, basically, you know, because like that's how more consciousness like gets here, basically. But it's like, you know, because like if that like that can like line up basically a little bit the way that I would interpret that with what you were saying as well. But it still doesn't answer, like...
But that's why I don't think we'll ever know until.
Yeah.
That's why I truly believe, like.
Oh yeah, like that. Yeah, I would assume that, like, I think that whenever we die, we would have like more, like, it would be knowledge of everything, basically. Like, ever. Oh, okay, so the other thing is actually, so this is actually called, this is called so it would be Gnostic Christian is what it's called, right? So this is like a theory that like I look at too, and because it's like kind of similar to what I have already thought. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So it used to be a thing right next to Christianity, like in churches, right? But they eventually like got rid of it, and like.
What is it?
So it's basically the same story and everything, right, as the Bible. Like it is like still like, you know, biblical based, etc. But what they think is that the like this is why you're gonna see like why it's not a thing anymore, right? Is because they thought that the biblical, like the God in the, I think, Old Testament is actually Satan, and then they think that the serpent, so basically what happened in like their creation story is like there's God basically, and then it creates like you know, like angels basically, right? And then they like keep like dividing into like more like expansion of like the awareness of like, you know, like the divine awareness basically, right? And so then eventually there's one which is actually, I think it's a biblical name too, like it's in there somewhere. I believe it's called Sophia, which Sophia means wisdom, right? And so Sophia was one of the, in the creation story of the Gnostic, it's you know, basically like it's God's wisdom is what it's called. And apparently in that story, basically she like wanted to make her own creation basically, and made it, and that made.
Gnosis,
You said what?
Sophia, Gnosis, it's a Greek concept of ability and wisdom.
Oh, so that's gnosis. So gnosis means knowledge, but Gnostic.
No, but Sophia,
Oh, Sophia is what?
yeah, is you said Sophia, yeah, like you said, it's the ability and wisdom, the concept of ability and wisdom.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so like what they think happened is basically Sophia, like wisdom, spoke through the serpent to tell the humans that they were like being enslaved by like a human version of God. Does that make sense? Like a kind of like a let's say a bunch of humans like make up like an idea of God, right? And then use it to like enslave people basically. So like that's what they believed, and they believed that the serpent was actually Sophia speaking through the serpent, telling them to eat whatever it is, so they have awareness of that reality, basically. It's pretty weird though, because like it's like crazy, because I never heard of that, but it was like it was in the churches for like a long time, like right next to like orthodoxy, basically. But like obviously that's like heretical according to like the more modernized, so that's why it's like not a thing anymore. They also used so there's been like a few
You got a Mr. Logan in your chat.
what happened?
A Mr. Logan in your chat.
Wait, what do you mean? Where?
Look at your chat on YouTube. He wants to know.
Wait, where?
You don't see it? Is it
Oh.
okay if you add me?
Oh yeah, I saw that earlier. Yeah, I saw that earlier.
Oh, he just typed it. Why is it?
No,
Oh,
it
is
must be
because I'm
lagging.
back? No. I'm
What's up, Energy? I did not actually. I did not. That's funny.
I left.
But yeah, so basically.
Go ahead.
So yeah, so it's basically like a variation of Christianity, and then so like basically they don't believe that like Jesus is a savior, but he is a guider basically, who like comes back down, like helps guide the people, and then like all this like stuff basically. I can't remember what it's called exactly, but it's like a variation of it, but it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, what's amazing to me is you have the ability that's been given to you to understand and to make decisions, even though some decisions can be a bad decision and others be good.
Yeah.
Like that to me, I couldn't. I don't know. Like to me, it brings questions and thoughts in my mind of, if that's the case, who gave that to me? Who gave me the ability to do all that? Because I know I didn't.
Yeah.
Like, so that means that there's someone that is much more powerful, and yeah, that's a lot of, that's how yeah, I don't know. I guess the what I would say, a lot of people say, oh, there's no God, and to me it's ignorant. It's like, how ignorant can you be when you look at this world and see everything that's been created and tell me that there is no God? And even though
because people don't get to see any of that. All you get to see now in a lot of these places is just a bunch of buildings, though. You know what I mean?
Your ears.
Yeah, but
There's no
see.
one in the world that has the exact same eyes as you, Shock. Not a single person. There's billions,
Oh, I know.
millions and millions. So, just in
But
that instance alone,
uh-huh. No, I know. I know what you're saying. I get what
yeah,
you're
like
saying, but
people don't think
100%,
that.
and I
It's what's
agree.
crazy to me.
Yes, but the reason why, it's not like they're making that choice to just be like, oh, like, I'm like not grateful for my body, or like have that realization of like, holy crap, like I'm alive, you know what I mean? Like I'm like, and just to have like, be like have energy, you know what I mean? But like people get overridden by so many things. Like
The
there are
world.
people, yes, but there are people on the planet that strategically make the environment of the planet. Okay, imagine, right? I'm an evil scientist, right?
Mhm.
Or an evil like group of people that want to like enslave the planet and make everything like, you know, harder and harder for like humans basically. So if I do that, right? And I'm looking at humans. You know how we study animals and we know how animals behave and how to
Yep.
train animals perfectly because we've studied them? Well, guess what? Guess what study has been like more studies? Humans have been studying humans for longer than
Yes.
anything
Yes. Yes.
ever.
100% agree.
So like these people, bro, have been studying for years. And this stuff is in ancient documents. It gets passed down, more study. It's been going on forever. So they know exactly how to psychologically manipulate people into certain like thought forms. And then
Right.
they already know how to control those people at mass because it's like creating a bunch of characters in a video game and like telling like, oh, you guys can create your character, and then you only give them select options, and then they just like override you with like everything ever possible, like on purpose. And it's crazy because like modern day it's gotten so crazy that like again, like I don't like say it like out flat like this often because it just sounds like odd. Eventually it won't sound weird, but like, as much as I don't want to say it and wish that it's not the case, but like, yeah, like modern day slavery is a thing for every single human on the planet. It's like, it's just a very, very, like,
It's
it's a
covered up
refined,
in a way
yes,
thinking it's okay when it's
yep.
really not.
It's so refined that they have gotten to the point of that slavery is so, um, unnoticeable that like the person who is enslaved doesn't even notice it. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Uh-huh.
So, okay, I need to take Hero out, but
Yeah.
keep that. Write that down because I
Uh-huh.
have like a crazy thing that's gonna. You might already know it, but you might not know it, and it's pretty cool to think about it this way.
Yeah, sounds
You write
good.
that thought down, and then I'm gonna take Hero out and be back, and we'll continue. Do you want to continue playing? I don't mind, or we can swap over. Up to you.
I'm down to do
Let me know when I
whatever.
get back.
Yep, sounds good.
Right back.
All right, I am back. Also, I did not go to college either, Energy. That's funny though. What's up, Anti? How's it going? Ad time?
Yo. I am bait.
Hello, bro.
Yo, I'm back, brother.
Oh, I was just
Yo,
thinking. I remembered how to explain something too, or
Okay.
something. Okay, so
come my
let's.
child quick and look at what I got. Real quick.
Let me see.
Tell me if you like these or not. So I got some apples. I got green apples. I got a green
Uh-huh.
apple, really good. Then I got, bro, look at these walnuts, bro. Dried walnuts. You like walnuts?
I used to eat them. I have not eaten them in a minute there, but I used to
I
eat them a
haven't had
lot.
them in, I don't know, I haven't had these in years. And then, bro, look
Mm-hmm.
at this. How big these things are, bro. Blueberries.
Holy crap, bro! Are those like? Why are they that big,
I don't know. Maybe the small ones aren't supposed to be small. These are,
bro? What?
bro, dude,
I
they taste
don't
so
know.
good.
That's
They taste so
crazy.
good.
Did you wash those?
No, not yet. They
Bro,
go in
you
the
better
freezer.
go wash those, bro. You don't
No,
know
bro,
what they're using.
gotta go get the germs, bro. Bacteria, man. Remember,
And
it's all about
it's not
bacteria.
bacteria, bro, that you gotta be worried about. You gotta be worried
Yeah.
about the pesticide chemicals, bro.
Yeah, all these are walnuts, bro. I haven't had these in such a hot minute, so I'm excited.
Yeah,
All right,
I used to
go
have
ahead.
those back in the day. I'd use like a nutcracker.
I'm using this scoop ice cream with
Oh, nice.
to hammer it. I guess I don't have a hammer. Okay, what we doing?
oh, so like the
Explain.
okay, so think about this, right? Okay, let's say beef, right? So beef is like like also biblically as well. Like the Bible says, I'm surprised you eat vegetables because the Bible says to eat vegetables if you want to be weak.
I don't take it literally as you want to be weak.
Uh-huh.
I probably want to. I want to read the passage first and dissect what it said
Uh-huh.
before, because a lot of people take the Bible and words and they construe them into it's a physical thing as like just for instance, when a lot of people debate that Jesus isn't God in the flesh, right? And
Uh-huh.
then another thing that a lot of people debate is said in the Bible in Revelations, it said, "No man knows the day or the hour that the Lord will come, not even the Son." Right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's stating maybe, well, if Jesus is God, why does he not know the day or the hour that he's coming? Right?
Uh-huh.
Well, if he's God, he should know all things. So a lot of people take that sentence and verbatimly state that that's exactly what it means. God doesn't know, so or Jesus doesn't know, so he must not be God,
Mm-hmm.
right? But they didn't read the part beforehand where Jesus is explaining to everyone what the circumstances that are leading up to the rapture. This is going to happen, and this is going to happen, and this is going to happen, and exactly
Mm-hmm.
this is going to happen. So if God knows all these things that happens before the rapture, you don't think he knows when the rapture is going to happen? Of course he knows when the rapture is going to happen, but it is not for him to tell when it's going to happen. That's the problem people don't understand. They misconstrued it. So when you say like eating vegetables are weak for you, I gotta see the
Uh-huh.
passage, I have to read the passage and dissect it myself and ask what the Holy Spirit means by this.
Uh-huh.
So that's how I look at it, and that's how I interpret
Uh-huh.
things.
Okay, aside from that though, but that does say to eat beef though. Like
Oh,
that beef is
100%.
good for you. It like
I love
basically
beef.
from my understanding of it, it's like it basically tells you to eat fruit and meat, basically. Um, so the thing is though, is that um, so let's say hypothetically, right? That let's just say beef
I don't even
was
know what hypothetically means, bro. I'm dumb sometimes, so I have to look up what
hypothetically is
hypothetically.
like let's just say let's just say that beef was like, you know, red meat was the main like uh
So something saying like it is at that time, but it's actually really not.
well
Like say like
it's
steak is the only thing on earth, but it's really not. That's hypothetically, right?
yeah, uh-huh, so it's like saying something like, oh, saying like, let's say in theory, right?
Okay.
In theory, red meat is the like most beneficial, best food for humans to be eating, right? Let's just say that before humans became conscious, or before human, you know, with like the Adam and Eve thing, before they ate the fruit, let's say that they were literally just sitting there, like any other animal on the earth, just like, you know, functioning as intended, right? You know, not messing up a bunch of stuff, you know, just living. And then um and let's say that they were like eating beef, right? But nowadays, right, we've gotten to the point where beef is like almost like a weird thing. Like they're trying, like media and everything, people that own everybody are trying to make it seem like, oh, don't eat beef, beef is bad, right? Because that's the opposite, right? Of like,
What
let
we were intended to eat.
yes, exactly. And that's
And
when
why
they
is that?
uh-huh.
Because of their own what? Corruption, their own
Uh-huh.
profit.
Yep. And also on top of that though, but think about this too, right? So like I believe that humans are like the okay, so you know there's like opposing forces, right? That we were talking about. Like we like from the way that I see it are animalistic but also spiritualistic too, right? So like for example,
What
an
do you mean by
animalist
animalistic?
as in like we have animalistic like tendencies, like our physical like our like for example like humans like before we have like made everything so uh like refined and stuff, like back in the day, like to have food you would literally go pick up a rock, kill like beat an animal to death and then like rip it up and
Yeah,
eat it. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Like that is like animalistic. That's like
Yeah, I can see. Well, yeah. Okay.
uh-huh. So like, right, like that's what we would be doing in our default state is like basically like violently killing an animal and then eating it. that's what we would be doing. It's just we don't do that now because we have tools, we have guns, we have
Exactly. Yep.
factories, we have butchers. You have somebody else do it. When you go buy your food, it's in a little package that makes it all like, you know what I mean? It's like nothing died here. It's funny that well, you know what I'm saying? But the reason why that is because like our animalistic like like humans like animalistic behavior seems terrible to our spiritualistic like awareness, you know what I mean? So it's like I don't want like for example, I don't want animals to die. Why would I want an animal to die? You know what I mean? Like animals are like I want them to live until they, you know, have their whole life and everything. It's like I don't want to kill them. I don't want them to have to die, you know? So it's
No,
like
but that's why they repopulate, though.
well yeah,
We have
but still the individual animal still dies. You know what I mean? So it's
But
like
it's not a human being. It doesn't have a soul. It doesn't have a purpose. Its purpose, animals' purpose is for food, for us. The Lord said, I will give you all that is on earth, even the animals you will be in charge of. Name them. Why did we
uh-huh.
name a cow, a lion, an ant, right? Because he
Mhm.
gave us authority over the animals on the earth. So if we have authority over the animals of earth, right? And what are animals? Like back in the day, yeah, they killed sheep, lambs for sacrifices. They also used that as their main source of what food. They also
Uh-huh.
maintained and helped helped the I'm not gonna say the mating season. What is it when you repopulate? Helped the repopulation of the animals to help them make sure they grow and healthy. They give them the right foods. They took
Uh-huh.
care of animals very, very well, but they knew that animals were a source of food for the human beings. It's
Uh-huh.
not that, in my opinion, that it's not that um, they I mean, yeah, I don't want to see it my dog die. Like that's an awful thing. Like he's an animal, but I don't want to see him die. Of course not. You know,
Uh-huh.
and if I were to have to um eat my dog to survive, if that
Uh-huh.
was like the only thing that I had to do, then yeah, that's understandable. It's not a sin to do that because
Uh-huh.
that's something that is underneath, not saying underneath you, but you've given God has given you authority over that. Now, if you don't have
Uh-huh.
authority over it, then hey, then you can't really do that, you know, like you can't go to jail or prison and say let out all these inmates because I said so. You have no authority to do any of that. If you were
Mhm.
the president of the United States, right, and said, hey, this person is not convicted, he can come out, yeah, he has authority to do so. So
Yeah,
like
I
the
see what you
animals
mean.
you see, like the animals that I see, like of course I don't want to see animals die.
Uh-huh.
That's inhumane. But I know that the animals, when they die, for me, if I were to kill an animal, I would do
Uh-huh.
my best to use the whole source of meat
Uh-huh.
to
No, I
better
agree.
myself.
I
Oh,
agree with this 100%. You already know it, bro. Because, like,
oh, I
all I
know.
do is eat meat,
You
bro.
eat meat, bro.
Like,
I
come
know,
on.
bro.
You know
You're
what I'm
really
saying?
against it.
But see,
Yeah.
but that's the thing. There's a balance to it, right? So that this is the reason why I think a lot of issues happen, right?
Hmm.
And not all of them, but like a lot. So like the spiritual side of our being, right, is like don't kill animal. Like this animal is another like the way that I see and I see other animals as like conscious beings that are aware of their surroundings and like are
Is it because of the story you told me of the butterfly?
Uh oh, I actually forgot about that. So not that isn't one of the that's not the only reason, but like
Hmm.
it just all adds up, you know. But also
Hmm.
like even with like, you know, Beanie, right? Like
Hmm.
I can just tell that he is like me, but it's like
Well,
he doesn't
he
have the capabilities of me. Does that make
he
sense?
needs you. Think
Uh,
about it that way. He needs you to survive. In a
well,
way.
yeah. Well, yeah, because he's domesticated, you know.
Hmm.
But see, that's the thing. There was like he is like it's like so actually it's interesting, right? Because when I was like there was like a point of time where I thought like, oh, animals like aren't the same as humans, right? Like they're completely separate, completely different. They're not here like we are. You know what I mean? Like, you know how like as in
Why do you think they are here like we are? Because I think you're getting to that point where you believe that we are the same.
um well, so because I can like I don't know, you
You
can like
feel?
feel it when you are like if I'm, interacting with an animal. And also, it's like
So it's a
um
feeling you get.
well, it's like a sense. It's not necessarily like an emotional feeling. That's not what it is. It's like a sense. It's like when you can like sense that something is about to happen, or you can sense that someone might be dangerous, right? In like a scenario, or like they might be getting like angry, or you can
Mm-hmm.
sense that like you're
Yeah.
yeah, like you just have like awareness of something that's
Awareness
not
of it.
in your view.
Yes. Yes. That's the
Uh-huh.
spiritual side too, as well. You gotta think about that.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So like
So, but
but yeah, like that's so like I agree that animals are food, right? But we were also food before, right? Up until
mm-hmm.
recently. I mean, some people still are food. You know what I mean? Like nowadays, like some people still get like people forget like dude, like not everywhere on this planet is the same as like our
No,
life,
you're
like it's
100% right.
crazy. Like
There's
some
people that
people
don't even
literally
see the
just
human.
yeah. Like there's people who get eaten in the wild by freaking tigers because
Other
they
people.
live in the jungle. Yeah, that too.
Other
That too.
people who, yeah, 100%. But that's a very rare thing. Now, it would be different if everybody was like that.
Well,
Then I would
that's
understand.
how it used to be. Everyone used to be that way. That's how humans
No,
used to
not
be.
everyone used to eat each other. No one
Well,
ever
no,
used to eat.
no, no, not humans. Well, the cannibalism has always been a thing, but like
Correct.
but we
But
have been eaten by other animals forever.
yes, but it's not like, um, okay, let me tell you this. Other animals do not, okay, I'm out in the wilderness. I see a
Uh-huh.
bear. That bear is not going to run at me and eat me immediately. A lion
Uh-huh.
is not going to run at me and eat me immediately. The only reason that lion or that bear will run at me and eat me like that is if I provoke, or that lion or that animal feels like it's a sense of danger to their cubs, because they will normally tend to run away. They'll always tend to run away before they show aggression, right?
Uh-huh.
So
Unless
a
it's
lot of time,
hunting or hungry.
unless it's maybe, but mostly they're not gonna come at you as their main source of food. Because if that's the case, um, then like everyone would be dying because there's a lot of animals outside. They're just
Yeah,
gonna be like, oh,
well,
that's a person. I'm gonna eat
it
them.
would be a
Like,
war.
you know?
But see, the
Yeah, there would
reason
be a
why they
war.
don't now as much is because they've learned what. So, like, okay, you know how we learn how other animals act, right? And we learn from what they do.
Right. Uh huh.
So they learn what we do too. So like from their very limited like perception, it's like holy crap, like these humans freaking destroy everything. You know what I mean? Like cuz
Very true.
they see that way more than we see it because we distract ourselves. They don't distract the animals don't distract themselves like that. You know what I mean? Like humans, all we do all day is distract ourselves. We play games, we do work, we do all these things. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
But that's why I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier, the belief and your choice of believing if animals, um, and the choice of believing that we have been given authority over the animals by God. So
Uh-huh.
that's one reason I believe that animals don't come and attack us, because they know that we've been given authority over them.
Uh-huh.
Now, the reason I say that is, in the Bible, about Noah and the flood, right?
Uh-huh.
So if that's the case, and if it's a true story, how did all the animals, 2 by 2 paired male and female, male and female, um, go onto the ark willingly and not attack the people or Noah?
Uh-huh.
Like, so that in itself shows and proves that we have authority over the animals. Now, if that wasn't the case, then I do believe we would be at World War X with animals and us humans trying to survive.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Well, yeah, I mean, so the way that I see it, right, is similar. I still think that too. Like even like biologically, we like our body, right? Like the capability of our body and our fingers
Oh, we
and
should start a podcast, bro.
you know what I
Yeah.
mean? I agree.
Mhm.
And like the capability of this like body that we have gives us the ability to do basically anything on this planet. You know what I mean? Like so like we can we control all of the animals on the planet, right? So like
Right.
I think that came over time. So I don't think like okay, because think about it, Reddit. You spawn in on the planet, you don't have any tools, right? You only have a rock. Like think about it. In like if it's like in Rust or something, like you spawn in and you have a rock, woof comes and bites you. Like that's gonna be a pretty big challenge, especially in real life. Like they say that the average life expectancy or life, the average age was 30, right? So that is extremely misleading. It's like most people died at 30, because they were being like, eaten or killed or, raided or like all these other things that were going on. So it's like,
What time period do you think this happens in? I want to hear. What time period do you think this was happening in?
wait, like
You're
before.
talking about like when? Do you believe in dinosaurs? Like dinosaurs age, or do you think the what's it called? Like we're mammoths and
Uh-huh.
and the caveman age,
Yeah,
or
that
like
time that period, like, so I would say from the time that humans didn't have tools to even like the Middle Ages, like people were still dying to animals, like definitely, like pretty hard, like even in the like Middle Ages, because like again, all you have is a sword, like take a sword and go fight a freaking anything, literally anything. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like it's not gonna be a fun time, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, like, but again, we have the capability to still be in control of all of the animals without being overkill about it. You know what I mean? Because like obviously we just farm stuff and like cause suffering and like see that's the thing too, is because like so the way that I see it, right, with like animals, right, it's like I have had a lot of animal like friendships. Does that make sense? Even with animals that aren't like typically a pet. Does that make sense?
Yours? Are you talking about like an ant, fly?
Well, like I've had like a lot of bugs and like stuff like land on me like weird, you know what I mean? Like abnormally and like do weird stuff. But it's like so like aside from that though, like for example, when I was younger, there was like a stray cat, basically there was just like an outdoor cat, and it like wouldn't go near anybody or anything. And one time I was just like walking down this like alley basically, and it like came out and like walked up to me and like started headbutting me and stuff basically, and then I ended up taking it home and then like having the cat basically, because I'm like, I want this cat because it's like an outdoor cat, you know what I mean? I wanted to like
attached to it.
That,
He
but I
knew
wanted to
why.
like I wanted to like like feed it and everything because it was like an outdoor like kitten basically. Like it was a kitten actually. It wasn't even like a full grown cat, but it was like I don't know. I'd seen it for like months basically. And like I don't know like whatever like where it
Why
even
it
came
attracted
from.
you.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I don't know where it even came from either. But basically, yeah, like I took the cat. I wasn't allowed to keep it, so then I gave it to my friend, and my friend kept it instead. Basically, it was pretty fun.
Hmm.
But like, yeah, I don't know, just like all these like random scenarios, like with
Animals.
yeah, with animals, like recognizing that I'm not gonna like harm them, basically, or something. Like I don't know what it is.
Maybe you just have an energy around you that says protection in a way to animals.
Maybe.
That's why they wanna. You never know. Like I mean,
Mm-hmm.
there's things like that. I mean, you know when a dog, my dog knows when there's something bad in the
Yeah.
um.
See, that's the other thing. Animals are extremely connected to like whatever like source you want to call it, like for you, like God, right? Animals are connected to God. Like they like for example, like the birds fly like all the way across the planet, bro. Like imagine like
In
conducting
the
that.
Bible, it states that like I don't mess up the translation, but so it's like it goes by even the birds in the sky are fed by God. How much more so does he not um, look at the human that he's created and wants to give to them, like to us?
Uh-huh.
Because like it's something in that terminology or something in that I don't know the verse I
Uh-huh.
can find it, but there's something in that meaning, right? Like
Yeah.
even the birds and the ants and the animals, they rely, in my opinion, on God to give them their food. I mean,
Uh-huh.
God, well, and that's yeah, kind of in that sense. Like they're not gonna rely on. I mean, my dog's gonna rely on me to give him food because he's domesticated. But if he was out on the
Uh-huh.
street, he's not gonna rely on
Nope, he's
someone.
gonna go in the primal mode and he's gonna get his
Yeah,
own food.
he's gonna get his own food, or if he did one time get food from a person, maybe he'll start understanding that and start learning and adapt and beg like he does now. But because I taught him that, so it's totally different. But if I hadn't been any of that, right, and he's in domestic or out in the wild, he's gonna do what you just said. He's gonna go out and do. He's gonna hunt. He's gonna get his own food, right? But also, I think God has a plan for even animals too. I think like, hey, every day the birds in the sky, they go out and get what? They get food. Yeah, there's people that feed the birds, but also like there's so many birds out there, an eagle, um, flamingos, ducks, all
Uh-huh.
these birds, they go throughout the whole world and they don't um like hunt. Ducks aren't like hunters, they don't have to go and catch their prey. I feel like there's insects on top of the water, there's mosquitoes, there's things that ducks can eat that are there already. And I believe God's put that there for them to eat instead of having them to because
Uh-huh.
they can't rely on themselves. A duck can't rely on themselves to like get the food that like they need in a way. I
Uh-huh.
think they have to rely on the things that God's already put in front of them to eat.
Uh-huh.
If that makes any sense, I don't know.
No, I get what you're saying for sure.
But like that's why, bro, it's just to me it's so clear. So okay, and I think this is gonna tie back to what I had stated to you earlier before I left to remember what you had said.
Uh-huh.
Um, and I think this is gonna actually tie into that exactly is when you when you uh, go through life experiencing hardships,
What's up, Rican?
blessings, experiencing things that you can't even understand. knowing behind it that there is a plan, even if you don't believe in God, knowing that there is a plan for your life,
Uh-huh.
um, you tend to draw towards the things of this world because that's all you kind of know, right? You're not really drawing towards the thing that is really tugging at your heart, like your spiritual side. Because I
Uh-huh.
believe we're both made of human flesh and we're also spiritual beings.
Uh-huh.
Um, now, with that, a lot of people lose touch of their spiritual beings because they are so into the physical form of I have flesh, I'm a human being, I can do this, I can do that, I have free will, right? Now,
Uh-huh.
once and I think that's a lot of the problem and issues nowadays is everyone's just focused on the now and what they can see with their natural eye instead of hearing the voice of the Lord that's inside. So, like, and I think people don't hear that, and this is where I'm trying to get to, is because they don't know who their creator is. They don't know God. They might say they know God, but they don't have that relationship with him. They don't have that personal relationship where he speaks to, he reveals things to you. And
Mm-hmm.
that in itself, um, yeah, I'll stop there. So
Uh-huh.
can you talk can you remind me what you had said with that other thing? See if I can remember what I was
Oh,
gonna say.
um
I think
I had a
if you don't
response
remember it,
for what you just said though,
okay, go
but
ahead, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
so
Oh, dude, that was a hard walnut. I had to
that's
mash
funny.
them both together against each other to crack the shell.
That's funny. Also I agree with what you say. So like see that's the thing, right? Is like so I
And
think we
go
have
ahead.
the same like general belief. Okay, so like imagine you have like a template, right? And you put it over something.
Mm-hmm.
So like our beliefs are essentially the same. There's just a different like skin on it. Does that make sense?
Okay, I see what you're
So
saying. Yeah.
like they're very very similar. Like they're basically like the same thing. So like uh but
Now, what your belief with the similar is, I think this is the difference that I see in your belief and my belief.
uh-huh.
And I'm not saying you don't get this by
Uh-huh.
any means. Okay, not nothing against your feelings or what you believe.
Uh-huh.
It's that when I go through life, knowing that I came to a point in my life where I was so messed up and I needed help, knowing that no one in this world could actually help me with the situation that I was in,
Uh-huh.
right? Knowing that desperately in my heart of hearts, knowing that, man, I have messed up, I know no one can fix this. If there is a God out there, he needs to prove it to me in a way.
Mhm.
He needs to be real. He needs to show me, can you actually fix this? And once I realized that I of human nature couldn't fix my own problem, I had to look up to something that I had no clue about. I had, I guess, no wanting to know about in a way at the time, but
Uh-huh.
I knew something that was in my heart tugging me like, hey, 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 but I didn't know what that was. So,
Uh-huh.
come to find out, when I cried out to God and said, "Hey Lord, if you are real, come into my heart and change me and show
Mhm.
me what you have for me." That was the reconnection of my spiritual side. Once that happened, and one thing that I wanted to tell you before I had to go out was scales, right? In the Bible, it says the scales will fall off your eyes. And I was thinking about that really, really hard for some reason.
Mhm.
And I was thinking, I was like, why as in the Bible said, the scales will fall off your eyes and you will see. And to me, that means like, what are scales? Scales on a fish, what do? They protect, they cover over, the inside of you,
Uh-huh.
right? Right? Like
Yeah.
a fish. You have
Uh-huh.
the
They can be
scales to
reflective
protect.
too.
They can be reflective, they can be sharp, they can be, all these things. But how I look at it is like the world is a scale.
Uh-huh.
over my eyes. If all I'm doing is focusing on my human being and my flesh of what I naturally can see with my eyes, then
Uh-huh.
there's scales over them. I can't truly see physically and spiritually both ways how I'm destined to be. I'm supposed to see spiritually, I'm supposed to see physically. But
Mm-hmm.
because there were scales over my eyes, I couldn't truly see, even though I saw what was good and what was bad, and I did this and I did that. But when I accepted Jesus, I felt like those scales fell off, and I truly relied on the spiritual side of, hey God, like, reveal this to me. Why am I addicted to this such and such, or
Uh-huh.
why am I addicted to this? And once I came to the point where I had to where I wanted to accept Jesus into my heart and asked him to come to my heart and change me, those scales fell, and it truly opened my eyes to the things of why this was happening. These are
Mm-hmm.
the things that are behind it. Satan has come over and taken over this area, and this is what's causing these pains. And not only that, but it gave me a reassurance and a liability to rely on God instead of relying on me.
Mm-hmm.
That is, I think that was the hard thing to do because, bro, I want to do this, I want to do that, I can do this, I can do that
Mm-hmm.
out of my own will, out of my own power. And then when I come to realize, like, all that just leads to straight destruction because that's where I was going to. Like I said, I was at the bottom of the bottom, already destroyed. I couldn't go
Mm-hmm.
nowhere else from there to go up. But when those fell off my eyes and I started seeing it clearly and actually relying on God to help me, that changed my whole perspective on who God was. And it's not a religion, it's not a law, it's not you have to do this, of force. It's that
Uh-huh.
free will and that relationships like, are you willing to just listen to me? Are you willing to um, obey? Are you willing to give me everything that you have so that I have a plan for you? I want to show you these things and let you understand these things. And that, like, was the biggest dramatic, and I feel like that's when people say they are born again, right? When you hear
Uh-huh.
that term, born again, that I believe is what that truly means. When you sincerely surrendered everything and you've given God that opportunity to come in your life, you're born again and those scales fall off and you truly see with your spiritual eyes. And a lot in
Mm-hmm.
the Bible it talks about these things. I don't know the verses or anything like that, but uh, yeah. And I think that's yeah, that was what I was trying to get out before I left.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so do you think seeing past like, let's say company lyings, like with food and like what they're telling us
Mhm.
to eat and like all that type of
I
stuff.
don't I don't see past that at all. I see the work of the enemy corrupting it to make the world a worser place. That's what I see.
Wait, no, no, no. I meant like so when you were saying born again, right? So
Uh-huh.
like okay, so this is where it confuses me, right? Do you think that there are people so okay, so because it's super like an intricate like thing, So like
Mhm.
let's say
Hey,
do you think that there's a lot of people who say that they are born again but aren't actually? Does that make sense?
yeah.
So,
I mean,
but the reason why I ask is because like okay, so because again, I know how you just said like oh like it's not a religion, it's like an experience, right? With like your
it's not
relationship
an
with God, right?
it's a relationship.
Uh-huh.
It's just like this. Think about it. This is the easiest way that I can express it
Uh-huh.
with it's so simple. When
Mm-hmm.
you're a baby, who did you rely on?
Mm-hmm.
Who did you rely on when you were a baby? Your mom, right? Your mom or
Uh-huh.
dad. They had to feed you. When you got sick, where did they take you? They took you to the doctor. When
Uh-huh.
you got um, ill, anything. For the longest time until what happened? Until you became what? A teenager.
Mm-hmm.
You never. And then what did you do at the when you became a teenager? You started thinking on your own. You started doing things and learning from the world and doing this and that. Then you became to a point where you didn't want to start relying on your mom and dad. You thought you could do it by yourself. Right now, I'm a grown up. I'm 18. I can go do this myself. I can go do that. I can live my own. I can do this. I can do that. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I look at it the same way with my relation with God. If I think that I can do everything out of my own free will, then I'm relying on myself and I am not going anywhere. Because in the Bible, it says, you are nothing without me. And that in itself is saying, well, yeah, that. So if I, how I look at it is like, I'm still a baby. God is my
Mm-hmm.
heavenly father. He gives me the food I need. He gives me the thoughts that I need. He gives me the energy. He gives me the listen to this. He gives me the forgiveness when someone comes to me and slaps me in the face. He gives me
Mm-hmm.
the joy when someone is being so mad at me and yelling at me, right?
Uh-huh.
He gives me those things. Now, if I didn't ask or if I didn't have that relationship with God, what would I do? I would retaliate. I would slap him back. I would cuss the guy out as he's cussing me out. But
Mm-hmm.
that's because that was because I had a disconnect with God. I was
Mm-hmm.
disconnected. That's just like I said. I wasn't relying on my God, or I wasn't relying on God to give me the food as like your mother, as you relied on your mother when you were a baby, right? You got to a point where you got to grow up and you got to now choose for your own. God's always been there, bro. He's always going to be there no matter what. And it is your choice he's going to give to you. That's that free will portion. But
Mm-hmm.
it's some people are going to accept it, some people are not going to accept it, and that's okay. Let them live their life, but God is never going to force it upon you. But I guarantee it, he's always there. And when you do something wrong, you have that little tug in your heart, like, wow, I knew that was wrong. Why did I do that? Or,
Mm-hmm.
you shouldn't be there or be around those group of people, or you shouldn't be smoking here. You stole, and I was like, oh, why did I just steal that? Like those are,
Uh-huh.
to me, that's the Holy Spirit inside of you convicting you, saying, hey, God's here. Hey, and
Mm-hmm.
all God's doing is saying, hey, come here. I'm here. You want me to show you what to do is right? And in my opinion, now, since I realized that and accepted him into my heart, and my life has transformed over time, and
Mm-hmm.
I've learned lessons, and I've went through heartaches, and I've been through depression, I've been through alcoholism, I've been through
Uh-huh.
drugs, I've been through all these things. But the thing is, God's always been there through it all, and now I can sit back and truly say, I can look back and see God at work in every situation, thinking that, man, back then, like, that was not where I needed to be, and why was I so upset? And now I look at it as like the reason I was in those situations is because God was trying to teach me to be patient. God was trying to teach
Mm-hmm.
me to be quiet and just listen. God was trying to teach me to be more bold here. And then I come now to realizations like, that's all I want. I just want God to teach me. Why do I need the world to teach me? Because the world is full of what? Deception, evil, bad things. Everything's corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's going here. And that's where we go back to the point where we're talking about materialism, how
Uh-huh.
we don't want materialistic things. Why do we need these materialistic things when they're not going to be with us when we go to the death, when we go to the grave? It's
Uh-huh.
not going to be here. So why do I need to rely on these things? But
Yeah.
God says, yeah, and that's the biggest thing. Like everyone is so materialistic. They want this. They want the newest
Mm-hmm.
iPhone. They want the newest thing,
You know
knowing that
why
it's only
though?
going to corrupt them.
Uh-huh. But you want to know why though?
Why?
Because people studied humans and realized, hey, we can use these type of, these type of colors, these type of fonts, these type of
Yeah.
shapes to exploit people and get them like it's crazy. So like it's like a very complex system of things that are made to control people in ways you would never think. And so here's another question for you, right? So
Mhm.
because so like I agree with exactly with what you're saying. Basically, it's just the naming for it is kind of like different to me because but it's still like the same thing. It's like the same experience of the same thing. It's just like different ways that it has been like introduced into our lives. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm just
So like but again like I base everything off of like my experience,
okay.
not others. Does that make sense?
That does. I don't base my um life on my experiences anymore. I
Uh
used to.
huh.
I don't do that anymore. And I think that's the difference right now is where people base their life on the experiences that they go through. Like, you know how people say, "Oh, you're a Christian because your mom and dad was raised you up to be a Christian. They brought you to cat or to Baptist school, and you went to a Christian church,
Uh
and
huh.
all those things, right?" Now, that those experiences, yes, they do resonate with us. They do give us a more helpful design in becoming who we are,
Mm-hmm.
right? But I don't base my and I used to do these things. I used to base my things on like, hey, my mom and dad told me that this was wrong. I shouldn't do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now I base my whole being, what I do day to day, how I think, on what the Holy Spirit tells me inside,
Yeah,
not
yeah, that's what
on
I'm
my
saying.
experience.
Yeah, yeah, that's what
And
I'm
the
saying.
only reason, and for me, I never used to do these things because
Uh-huh.
I never knew who God was. I didn't accept him in my heart. And that's the only reason I say this is you will never experience true peace, true joy, true love, true forgiveness when someone wants to kill you, true all these things unless you accept Jesus into your heart because he is the one that knows all, gives all, sustainer of all. And if I have that relationship, don't you think God will give me these things to understand so that when I live life and I go through life, I don't have to rely on my experiences. I just rely on what God's told me.
Well, so like it's kind of well, we're still talking about the same thing though, because I meant like my
Yeah, yeah.
experience, as in my experience, like life experience in the sense of like that connection. Does that make sense?
Well, what do you mean that connection? The connection between you and God?
Yes.
You're not gonna have a connection between you and God unless you. Okay. The best way I can say this is God's always. When you were born, I feel like the DNA inside of you is God's DNA. Like how we talk about like we're spiritual as well, and we're human beings. Because
Uh-huh.
my belief is that we've been molded and formed by the we've been molded and formed by God. So that means he's put his thoughts, his heart, his love into us. So that means we are a part of him. And when I um goodness gracious, the what was your question? So I can get back to
Uh
how the connection between God, the connection between God. Um the So like his experiences is like I feel like that's has always been inside of us. But it's the free will, the decision on
uh-huh.
you to either accept that or not accept that. If you don't accept that, God's not going to come to you and say, "Hey, um why are you doing this?" or why are you um why are you not obeying me and now you're just doing the bad things and bad things and bad things of this world. It's because you don't have that relationship with him. Now if you had that relationship with him, and the way to have that relationship is to trust in his son Jesus Christ. That's what it says in the Bible. He died on the cross for our sins so that we may have everlasting life with him, to have a reconnection with God. Now if you don't believe in any of that, which is absolutely your ability to not, then you're not going to have that connection with God. He's not going to come reveal himself to you. He's not going to make known the promises he wants for you. He's not going to give you the plan that he has for your life. He's not going to show you this. He's not going to give you the peace that you desire. He's not going to heal you. He's not going to make your addictions go away. But when you do accept him into your life and ask him into your heart and truly believe that, then he will reveal himself to you. Then he will come in and show you, hey, this addiction here is broken. You don't have that anymore. The pain in your knee is gone. Like these things is what transformed me, and like
Mm-hmm.
that's like the main gospel for me. how I look at it in my life. I look at the
Mhm.
experiences of my past. Like I was an orphan. I was adopted when I was 5 years old. From year 1 to year 5, like I lived in an orphanage. I never was with my three brothers and two sisters, or my two brothers and two sisters. I never knew my mom and dad. But I went through a whole life of being malnourished, going through hell, being, I don't know, just a lot of messed up things in my life, which I could
Mhm.
take those experiences, right,
Mhm.
that I have in my mind still, knowing that I could take those and go destroy somebody else because it's destroyed me.
Uh-huh.
But when I come to find God and asked Him, He took those things away from me so that I
Mhm.
don't have to rely on that. I don't have to look at that. I look at it a whole new eye perspective of I have someone that loves me. I have someone that cares for me, that created me. I have a relationship. I can speak to Him. I can pray to Him. I can
Mhm.
worship Him, and He can show me all these things. But if you just don't believe in that, then He's not going to reveal Himself to you. He's always going to be there. He's always knocking. That's why a lot of people say, "Hey, God's knocking at at the heart, at your heart. He's knocking at the door
Mhm.
of your heart." A lot of people say that, and He truly is. He's not going to force Himself on you. He's not going to, because He's not. Then that's not God. He's not all caring. He's not all love. That's all He is. But once you do that, I tell you, your life changes. Everything changes. You start seeing things differently. You want to walk with Him. You want to know Him. You want to talk to Him. You want to talk to other people about Him. That's why I try to talk to you. I try to go
Mhm.
talk to the homeless guy at the park. I go try
Mhm.
to, because at the end of the day, look at this world, bro. Look how corrupt it is. And
Uh-huh.
at the end of the day, what does the Bible say in Revelations? God will come back and He will destroy this world, and He will take those that He loves and are chosen and that believe in Him. I mean, it's his children. I'm his children. I'm his son, and he will take me because I believe in him, and I will not perish. But those that do not believe in him will perish. They will die. They will be cast in a lake of fire with Satan and all the evilness in this world, and they will spend eternity there. And I don't want that for anybody, bro. I really don't. And that's why some people you see are so passionate, so caring, so loving, because they have
Mhm.
that inside them. And it's not them that are just like that. It's the Holy Spirit. It's God talking to them. It's God wanting to teach other people. It's God saying, "Hey, be bold." You know how weird it is sometimes to talk to people about Christianity or just my life in general? It
Mhm.
makes me sometimes feel uncomfortable because I
Yeah.
know sometimes it's not what they want to hear, and vice versa. Sometimes I know you feel uncomfortable talking about the things that you want to share, but a
Uh-huh.
lot of times what
Yeah.
you share, I need to hear sometimes,
Mhm.
because it also helps me, vice
Yeah,
versa.
you know what? So that actually, so that makes me think of something too. Because think about this, right? Even like, let's say, like, hypothetically, right? You had a Democrat and a Republican, right? Exact
Hmm.
opposite, right? You
Okay.
know, arguments start all day, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah.
politics. Like,
Yeah.
okay, so you take both of those, right? They
Hmm.
like those are the people. So those Democrats, right? That Democrat is going to be talking to other Democrats way more than the Republicans, right? And then
Yes.
the Republicans are going to be talking to Republicans way more than the Democrats. But that needs to change because so one of the divide and conquer tactics, right?
Yeah.
Other than politics, which is also a divide and conquer uh, it's like a strategy for divide and conquer is politics as well. So,
Even in the biblical days, it was the same way. The
uh-huh,
Gentiles and the
yeah,
Jews,
yeah. All these
the
people did
Israelites and
this.
they're like, oh, you're Jewish. Oh, I don't want to be near you. Oh, you're a Gentile. Yeah, you can come over here. You can go into the in the mass or whatever it is. Like
Hmm.
it started from the very beginning.
Yeah. So like, yeah, like these people, they
Divide
do
and
that,
conquer.
right? And then so nowadays they're refining it more and more. Like that's
Yes.
all that it is refinement, refinement, more and more categories, more and more things to like, identify with or whatever, you know what I mean? More and more ways, more and more subjects to divide people into little groups, right? So like
Hmm.
And they do that with everything, everything, every topic, and like that's the whole thing is like, regardless of like what people believe in, the people with the opposite beliefs need to be talking to each other civilly more than anything else, because if not, then that divides them even more and more and more and more and more and more. Because like think about it, right? Republican and Democrat, when you look on that stuff on the internet now, you see people talking about it. It's just a bunch of people arguing and making fun of each other and insulting each other. Like there's nothing productive about it. You know what I mean? And it's like it's
Very
crazy because yeah, like it's good for people with opposite beliefs to talk to each other civilly, because if not, I mean, that's how you have like, people that, kill each other for their beliefs, and or
yeah.
ban certain beliefs in certain areas, and like do all that. That's how that stuff ends up happening, because the people get so separated from each other that they don't even feel like they're living in the same place. You know what I mean? But it's like on purpose to divide the people even more.
That is very, very true.
Bro, I forgot we were even on this game, bro. But yeah, it's pretty crazy.
What you want to play?
I'm down to keep playing this if you want, or we can swap.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but see, that's the thing, like, the experience you're talking about, right? Like being like guided, right? Like that, I feel like is like, I mean, in my experience, like I have been guided too, like my entire life. Like look, you see it more like when you look back too, and it's like, I don't know. Everything definitely gets better eventually, for sure. But it's just
I
like
don't think so.
it's
I don't
crazy.
think it's gonna get better.
But wait, you said you don't
Why
think?
it's not gonna get better?
Wait, what is it?
The world.
Well, I'm saying down to the individual person is what I mean.
Do you think? Do you think you're gonna get better?
Yeah, 100%.
How are you gonna get better?
Wait, what do you mean by that exactly?
Well, what do you mean by you think you're gonna be better? I'm throwing the question back at you. How do you think you're gonna get better when you say I am gonna get better? Like,
Like things like, yeah, okay, so like obviously hard times are always a thing, you know what I mean? But like, uh, I plan on like fixing things, you know what I mean? Not just like leaving them how they are or anything like that.
so do you
Like,
think you can change? Um, uh, I don't know. When
wait,
when you say better, do you think in 20 years, if you think in 20 years everything will be better than what it is right now? Absolutely not. Do you think?
well, it depends on what scenario, but like,
Life,
uh,
the
well,
world,
well,
how
see,
you
that's the thing that, like, I mean, it it doesn't matter to me what position I am in my life. You know what I mean?
all right, let's play some. Mm-hmm.
Like
Why not?
because I've already been through crazy,
Yeah.
unimaginable things. So like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, no, I
it's like,
definitely understand that.
in
I could.
what I'm saying as in, oh, like things get better eventually is like, if you're going through a hard time, it's not
Mhm.
gonna last forever, is
Yes,
what I'm saying.
100%.
Like it's going to get better eventually.
Yes.
And like
Yes.
the world as a whole is gonna have times where stuff gets really bad, but then it's also gonna have times where it gets really good too. So like it's never like, oh, it's just bad, oh, it's just good. It's like there's always a bouncing in between the two, always. But what I can tell you though for sure is what people on like that control the media want you to think is that they want you to think that everyone is against each other, right? In their little separate groups,
Mm-hmm.
and that everything is going to get worse, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they want to induce fear for control, right? They want you to think that we're on the brink of war at all times. They want you to think that everyone's out to get you. They want you to think, yeah, they want you to think that everyone is out to get you except for them.
Knowing that they're
Literally.
the ones that feeding the lie.
Exactly. So that's the whole thing. It's like, so this was what my question was going to be is, okay, let's say, okay, so like God intends us to eat animals, right?
Mhm.
Because they're the highest quality food, you know?
That's
And
not why. The highest quality food. I mean, there's other food out there that's better quality than than beef. And
like
animal.
what? Name something that you can eat only that and survive and like flourish. There's nothing.
Okay, let's see. Let me think. That's a hard one. That is a very hard one.
That's why
Let
they
me see if there
that's
is.
why it says to eat it though. You know what I mean? That's why the the Diabetes Association in America, that's why they tell you to not eat red meat. Because they want you to be sick. You know what I mean? So like they're gonna tell us the opposite of what like nature has intended us to do.
That's very true. Deceitfulness.
You said what?
It's deceitfulness.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. So like let's say, right, hypothetically, that red meat and fruit is the only thing we should eat, right?
Yep.
And so like if all these people have been, quote unquote born again, why are they, like why do they not know what to eat? You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like why? Because like humans have this problem where we don't know what to eat because we've been manipulated so hard out of our natural state of consuming stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like, like how? Yeah. So like, how are those people not being like told, like, about that? Does that make sense? Because like for me and my experience throughout life, like it's not like I just came up with this stuff out of thin air and was like, oh, I've always had like an instinct to just eat like red meat basically. And like, but everything outside of me and my own inner instinct or inner guidance or like God or like whatever, you want to call it, it's like that's telling me, eat red meat, like you need to eat this basically. Because like I remember like I'd stand up and almost fall down because I didn't have any iron, bro. I would just stand up and like pass out instantly. Like one time I got up out of bed, stood up, and then just fell on the ground and then woke up like 5 minutes later on the floor.
Because you weren't eating meat.
Yeah.
But now, so think about this, right?
Uh-huh.
Because now that comes to realization for you that now that
Uh-huh.
meat is for you is the best thing for you, right?
Uh-huh.
To do and to eat.
Uh-huh.
Now, I also has taken that and I've also applied it to my life.
Uh-huh.
You're telling me like, hey, cut out that plastic crap, cut out this
Yeah.
other stuff.
Uh-huh.
I've taken those things into consideration and I've went and I have done my own research and I've done my own studies on it and come to find out it is so true that having all these things and eating meat made me feel 10 times better. It did help me prevent from these types of diseases. It does help me sleep better. It does help me do these, right? But that's because I wanted to go out and I accepted it and I wanted to learn more about it and I went and did my own discovery about it. and come
Uh-huh.
to find out these things are true, right? That's the
Uh-huh.
exact same way for me with God. I
Uh-huh.
didn't want to know, but I wanted to go. Well, I didn't know him, but I
Uh-huh.
wanted to see if he was real. I wanted to see if he was
Uh-huh.
alive or if, you know. And
Uh-huh.
I saw after, and what happened, he showed himself to me. He
Uh-huh.
revealed himself. And that changed my life forever. And
Mm-hmm.
that is where, like, those are things. And then you take that and you don't press it on people, but you show it through your example, through your lifestyle. You show it through
Mm-hmm.
the things that are being produced. They said, by your fruit, they will know who you are. Right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You heard that passage before?
I have not, but I
No.
think I've heard something similar, which I'm
No.
sure
Okay.
it probably comes from that.
Yeah. Now, like with that, but I don't hold on to saying red meat changed my life forever, even
Mm-hmm.
though it does help my way of life,
Uh-huh.
right? It helps my way of life because now I have studied, I've done my own research, and I've
Uh-huh.
known that eating this helps me maintain my life much better than it was when I didn't have it.
Uh-huh.
Now, this exact same way with my relationship with God. I know, um, I know that He's changed my life, so I'm going to continue to do so. But I'm not going to neglect, in a way, the things that are going to help me. But I am going to neglect the things that I know that are bad for me, that He tells me that are bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna listen now anymore to what the world's telling me. Like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
be scared that there's World War III. I'm not scared that there's World War III. I'm not scared that there's nukes gonna be blasted off at any point.
I know,
I'm
like
not
you would just
scared
get
of any of those.
incinerated instantly anyways, so what's the point of worrying about it? You know
Well,
what I
well,
mean?
not even that. But my worry is not me being incinerated. It's more of knowing the creator or knowing the person that has the plan for it. Because if he wanted to, he could he could just destroy or make the person in a dust before he pushes the bomb or the button to release the bomb. Like, he can do all these things, right? Because it's in his plan. Oh my gosh, I might kill this kid. Did he just fart? No, not. Shock, I need help. I don't have a gun. I have a sword. There's one in here, one here. Oh, eat that. Yes.
Yeah, I get what you're saying though, for sure. Like, so, like, for me, when I say that, like, red meat has changed my life, it's because it's like a bit different for me because of, like, metabolic, like, function, you know what I mean? Like,
Your internals feel better. Like your
well, yeah,
inside.
I used to not even be able to play mouse and keyboard. When's the last time you've
Yeah, I
heard
know.
me, when is the
Yeah,
last time you've heard me say my wrist hurts?
yeah.
Like, I used to say that all the time. I was so sick of saying it, bro. It's crazy.
I remember you saying this stuff.
But yeah, like, okay, so my question is, though, is like, why don't more people, like, not know what to eat? Because, like, most people don't know what to, if you ask someone what is healthy, they won't actually know what is healthy to eat. It's like it's to the point where I've learned that, like, even, so, like, if you wanted to, even, you don't even have to, so, like, I think that, like, humans should be eating mainly meat, right? Of course. And then have, like, some, like, form of, like, low carb supplementation, like, if you need it, basically, like, some blueberries or some, like, strawberries, you know what I mean? Like, something like that, like, something that we didn't create, because, for example, carrots, watermelon, we created watermelon. That is not, like, that's not nature. That's not, uh, God, for example, right? Because, like, I've seen people say, like, oh, like, thank God for watermelon. And it's like, well, like, God didn't make the watermelon, humans did. Like, obviously the watermelon tastes amazing, you know what I mean? But, like, think about it. Like, should we be eating a fruit, like, just because we can make the fruit, like, what does that tell us? Does that tell us that's, like, really something we should be eating? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
because there are fruits that we haven't that aren't like that. You know what I mean? But like the majority have been human altered, so it's like, you know, my question basically is though is like, why aren't these people that are like you know, like saying, oh, you know, like I'm born again, like why do they not know about that? Like is that like a thing that happens multiple times? It's like the insights that you're getting, or what?
No, I didn't. Like it.
Good job.
I think it's due to the fact that people don't truly make the decision. Right? When I say that, it means that they're not all in. They're not all sold out. They're not transformed, right? So like you can I feel like you can like people say they know who God is, but they don't really know who God is because they don't have that relation. They never heard his voice. They never seen him show up when a time is in need. They've never seen a miracle be performed, knowing that no human man can do this, only God. So they don't really truly believe because they only believe with their visual eyes, what they can see. You can't see the air, but you believe the air is there because it does what? It keeps you alive. It helps you breathe. You need air to live. You can't see it, but a lot of people in life tend to just look at the things that they can see visually and only believe in that and totally veer off the thing that really truly matters.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
So do you
And
think those people like, so like let's say there's someone that says that they're like born again, right? But they're still eating like, let's say like in their, okay, not only are they still eating like, let's say processed horrible food that is like completely unnatural, right? Like not in nature at all. So like, do you think that those people, and they're not aware of it, that's a big difference, right? It's different if you're aware of what you're doing versus if you're unaware what you're doing.
right,
You know what I mean?
I see
So
exactly
like
what you mean.
how do those people not know then? You know what I mean? Is it because like the born
Like,
again thing happens like multiple times and it's like different insights that you're receiving about the world? Or is it like because it's they're not they're like fooled somehow?
so it kind of goes both ways, right? Like
Uh-huh.
the only thing that I can share is like my experience, right? Because I don't want
Uh-huh.
to tell you something that is not I
Well,
haven't been
yeah,
through.
yeah, 100%. I
Right?
mean, that's what I do too. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
the
no,
same
100%. I
way.
know you do. And like for me, it's like this. When I gave my life to God and I truly depended on Him, I still fell short. Meaning, even though I was born again, I'm a
Mm-hmm.
Christian. I believe Jesus died and rose from the dead, and that I'll have eternal life with Him. Even though I truly believe that and I know that for no shadow of a doubt, I
Mm-hmm.
still go through this world knowing that um, with uncertainty that I'm gonna have problems, that I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. But the thing is those that don't have a transformation, meaning when they go through life and they ask God to come into their heart, and that happens and they truly mean it, and they don't change their ways, meaning they don't quit. Say the Lord's on your heart tugging you to stop smoking, right? And you
Uh-huh.
accepted God, and He's tugging at your heart. Hey, I'm the temple. I don't want smoke in your body. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. But you continue to do so. Continue to do so. Continue to do so. Continue to do so. Right?
Uh-huh.
Even though you're born again, it doesn't mean you're not gonna have troubles like that. That doesn't mean you're not gonna go
Uh-huh.
through struggles to overcome that. Knowing that God can help you overcome it.
Uh-huh.
God's not gonna just say, "Hey, right now, I need you to stop smoking," right?
Uh-huh.
Because that's Him forcing His hand upon you. I don't believe He's gonna do that because He's gonna give you that free will to choose. You can continue smoking, but no, it's hurting you.
Uh-huh. But
But if
well,
you
see,
stop,
this is with food though, because these
yeah,
people think
same,
that they're
same, same
eating
thing.
something normal though. They don't know that it's bad for them.
Right, and the same thing. Sometimes they are not one. They don't want to know. You can think about it
Uh-huh.
that way. or also they are so blinded because of the world that they only know that's okay to eat.
Do you
You
think?
see what I'm saying?
Yes. So, okay, so this is a question, right? Because obviously, again, this is not like all people of any sort. It's only like, like there's people of these types that exist in every community ever throughout all of
Yes.
existence. You know what I mean? So, like, okay,
Well,
let's
that's
say
Mhm.
you have. So, do you think that those people are extremely materialistic and literal, right? So then they, because like if you, because when I used to be more like materialistic, right, I would think that what I was reading on the package was real, right? Because I'm like, okay, it says this, right? So then do you think that if someone is like too material and like not really like ready for it, then they won't like know about that stuff because they wouldn't be able to handle it? Because like honestly, like even like for me, like, and I feel like I can basically like handle anything at this point, you know what I mean, when it like comes to these things. And it's like at one point I was like, holy crap, like reality is not what I thought it was, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's like holy freaking crap, what the heck, you know what I mean? It's like there's people, you know, like I thought everything was like supposed to, because like when you're a little kid, right, like you're so playful and like
It's funny,
everything's
dude.
fun
Yeah.
and like, yeah, because that's how life is supposed to be. It's not supposed to be this like freaking weirdo crap that's going on. But like, so do you think so like the people, yeah, I don't know, do you just think like maybe some of those people who might even be like following, you know, following God or like religion or whatever, like do you think that those people like maybe they just like can't handle the
I
information
I
that
I
would be
think what
given to them?
happens. I think what happens is the horizon here.
No, there's so many people. Oh, you were saying you think what happened?
I think what happens is like how you say like born again people still
Uh-huh.
tend to do the same thing even though it's not good for them, like food wise.
Well, so it's not necessarily that. It's just like, why aren't these people given the like awareness
Even
of the fact that the like deception is just
oh, okay, I
crazy,
see.
bro. Like,
For me, I
uh-huh.
know. Okay, so because I accepted Christ, before I didn't accept Christ, I didn't
Uh-huh.
know what the deception was. I did it
Uh-huh.
because that's all I knew was the deception.
Mm-hmm.
But when I accepted Christ, like I told you, my eyes, the scales, like I said, the scales,
Mm-hmm.
they fell off my eyes, and it truly let me see what real deception was. Now, because I see this deception, not
Mm-hmm.
only because you received Christ, but when you receive Christ, you receive the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit dwells inside of you. The Holy Spirit is the one that teaches you, right? So that teaching is the one that says, hey, this deception is not right. This isn't right. You need to be trying to get away from this and doing that. But the
Mm-hmm.
problem is, like you said, why don't they change if they know it is right in a way? Or not only
No, it's like, why are they not even aware of it, is what I'm asking.
why they're okay. So if you're not aware of it, for me, like I said, I wasn't aware of it because I lived in it,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because I didn't know anything different, right? That's just like me continuing to look at pornography, knowing that it is bad when I
Mm-hmm.
accepted Jesus in my heart, right? Now, it's a totally different thing when I accepted Jesus in my heart and he tells me through the Holy Spirit, hey, I know you're going through this issue and I need you to stop this issue. And when you stop this issue, then you would come to realize that it was just the deception and the devil behind it.
Mhm.
Now, that is where I think a lot of people just stay deceived because they don't, one, they don't listen, and two, they don't have the Holy Spirit inside them. So that's all they know is just the deception, the deception. If you know, if all you know is what right is, and you don't know anything what wrong is, then all
Mhm.
you're gonna do is what you think is right. But when
Mhm.
someone comes along and tells you, "Hey, this is wrong," you have a knowledge of like, oh, there's something different. There's not only just this way. There's a different way, and I
Uh-huh.
think that is like it's so eye-opening to me because that is like the gospel in my opinion. When I was lost, but now I am found. You ever heard that?
Yeah.
Right? So that means I was lost in this world knowing that only deception, and when I accepted Christ, I was found, and he showed me what true life was. He
Uh-huh.
showed me that there's a different thing instead of deception. There's the truth. And that is the difference because a lot of people will hear that in their heart from the Holy Spirit, but they won't accept it and they won't do anything about it. They just want to
Uh-huh.
stay in la la land and stay like this is okay.
And stay
this
the
is okay,
same way that they have
stay
been.
the same way. Yes.
Okay, so what would be your explanation? So because you said that, like God is an experience, not a religion, right? Like a relationship, I mean,
A
sorry.
relationship, yeah.
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 So then, so if
So think
I,
about this. When you say religion, this is
Uh-huh.
this is crazy, and this is gonna open your eyes up to a lot of things, right?
mm-hmm,
And it's just crazy. We're talking about this because yesterday I stayed up like 4 hours watching the
Uh-huh.
sermon, and they talked about religion.
uh-huh,
Now, religion does what? Religion, a lot of people nowadays throw religion, and what comes with religion? Laws, rules. If you don't do this, you won't enter you won't enter whatever it is, right? Or
Uh-huh.
if you don't go and help somebody, you won't do this. If you don't, I'm gonna die. Who cares?
uh-huh.
If I'm just gonna die, just don't worry about me.
I don't have a thing.
All good. Who cares? It's last team. Go kill him.
Okay.
So if you don't have this, or if you don't do this, it's just a set of rules and regulations. You have to do this, right? Now, oh, this guy's going crazy, bro.
Do you know why that is? Like why it would be that way?
I don't. I'm trying to, bro. I don't know why I always keep getting these stupid blanks, bro. It's
Keep
really annoying.
continue. No, it's all good. Don't even worry about it.
I think it's just
keep-
because I feel like the Lord's trying to tell me to say something different, so that's why I'm getting these blanks.
Yeah,
Now-
take your time.
So like for me, okay, we were talking about deception, and we were talking about the.
Rings around the corner, and we've got 30 seconds.
What was your question, Shock? I know it's so, bro. The reason I'm losing thought is because this guy res me. And I'm trying to stay.
I
in
know, it's all good.
And I'm looking at my thing and it lost my train of thought always like this. Okay, so the deception portion I feel happens when you just that's all you know.
Uh-huh.
And oh no, don't kill me. I'm gonna die for this. I knocked one 2v2. They're resin here. They queued. Let's go.
Okay, so
finally,
you
we know this
you were
game.
saying that um actually let me go use the bathroom really quick.
Yeah, go.
And then yeah, I'll
I
be
need to
back.
go put this up and wash
Yeah.
these berries.
Hello, bro.
Yo, bro, welcome back. I washed these berries and they taste better. But
Good.
they are massive, bro. I've never really seen blueberries this big, so I kind of weird thinking about what they injected into them.
Yeah. Well, see, look.
I'm not educated and knowing what an actual
Mm-hmm.
true blackberry looks like. You know what I mean? It could be big, or it could be even bigger than this. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so that's another thing. Like, that's a good point, right? Looking at this blackberry, um, knowing that this could be a deceitful blackberry, knowing that
Mm-hmm.
there could be people that are out there that put injected stuff in this to make chemically to make it enhanced and grown and not good for us, right? Or not knowing the information on this is actually what a real blackberry should
Uh-huh.
be like, and the smaller ones are the opposite, right?
Uh-huh.
So like this is the thing. I go through life not worrying about if this is a real one or if it's not a real one.
Uh-huh.
I go and go through life is pretty much saying, if this is not a real one, well, Lord, help me to understand why it's not a real one. Or if it is
Mm-hmm.
a real one, help me understand why it's a real one.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing that out of my own strength, I'm never going to understand if this is real because I'm always going to deceive myself. I'm always going to think, like, well, this is wrong because this is what I was taught this whole time I've been living. Or this
Mm-hmm.
is right because this is what I was taught when I was
Mm-hmm.
living.
Even though maybe like what you were already taught was wrong, you know?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Introducing your champion.
but they do taste good.
See, that's how it tricks you though. So like I'm sure those are
Exactly.
probably fine, right? I'm sure they're fine. But the people see, look, this is
Taco
basically
Bell is not fine, ladies and gentlemen.
exactly. And also, so the people who genetically modify fruit, right? So basically, not only did we selectively breed them already, which is us like manipulating the environment, you know, but which it's debatable, you know. I'd say it's probably not the best thing. I would say wild grown is probably always the best because that's how it's intended to be, you know what I mean? But so if you have all these people, the scientists and stuff that are like editing genes and stuff, right? That is basically so like what they have done has essentially weaponized, because you know how humans are really good at weaponizing basically everything. They've weaponized even food, right? But they've also learned how to basically go into like the coding of the fundamentals of reality and change it.
I could, yeah.
Which, yeah, that's crazy. And like the thing is though, is it's like not really meant, like it's not meant to like do that. You know what I mean? That's why it causes so many issues. You know.
Dude, I'm behind the wall, bro. I was so behind this door. This guy's one shot too.
Do you think? Okay, here's a question for you, right? Because I hear, so this is like where it gets like very like it's not conflicting. It's just like it gets really interesting, right? Because of like the varieties of the things that people believe in, right? Within the same like section of beliefs. Does that make sense? So do you think that nature or like material reality is inherently evil or not? Because think about it, right?
Naturally,
Because even
I
if
think
everything, even if humans weren't on the planet, right, there would still be animals killing other animals like very violently and stuff. You know what I mean? Like and eating them like alive.
but violence. Well, this is the thing. We don't know what if say we weren't here, right? And
Uh-huh.
animals were on this planet and they were eating each other, right?
Uh-huh.
We don't know if that is okay or if that is not okay
Mm-hmm.
because we're not there. Now, I think when God created this world, I think he truly made everything perfect.
Mm-hmm.
He said and like on the seventh day he looked at it and it was very, very good. Meaning
Mm-hmm.
everything he created was perfect. Trees, grass, water, sky, clouds, rain, everything was perfect. So
Mm-hmm.
when he for us and made us, we were perfect. But the problem was
Is your champion.
we saw everything. We walked with God. We talked to God in the garden, and it was perfect. And then that serpent came and deceived us, and we ate. And then we knew because of the knowledge of the tree of good and evil. And that is where we find out to be everything is bad, everything is good. And that's where I think the whole portion of the world and the trees, I think would be good. I think it was all meant to be good. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think I don't think it's all bad at all. I don't think
So
there
do
would be
you
no corruption. I
uh-huh.
think we're the ones that corrupted it. Us, human beings, because of the knowledge that what happened at the beginning of the world, at the beginning of the garden. Like that's where I truly think everything is started at. Like knowing what because
Mm-hmm.
we never knew what anything was. Like we didn't know what bad was. We only knew what good was because God created all good. Like it just makes logical sense to me that when all we know is good and all we do is good, then it pleases the Lord. But then once we think that once we ate and we knew what bad was and we
Mm-hmm.
had the decision to do good or do bad and we do bad, that's where the corruption happens, right?
Uh-huh.
Because in doing bad, you not only okay, let me ask you this. Excuse me. Some people in life do bad decisions and have no regrets doing bad decisions, right?
Uh-huh.
You see that? They go out and go murder someone and have no remorse or nothing. They're just
Uh-huh.
stone hard. Now, that person, I feel like